Okay, this is me, completely unprepared to go live. And I may drop off for a moment while I switch from house Wi-Fi to shop Wi-Fi. But I had to get my computer. So right now I'm in the cabin, and I'm headed to the shop. I almost dropped you, but I didn't. See, that's because I care. I might drop off for a few seconds. It'll be right back on. I'm gonna click. Hello. Okay. See, that was a switch over. Well, I'm just not over there much when I'm working. Normally my work is done over here. Okay. We're live. Okay. Now we should be in good shape. I am doing great. It probably is the first time you saw inside the cabin, and that's perfectly fine. Normally I work over here. I am a little earlier today. No, doesn't matter. Now that those doors are closed, you'll be able to get more air. Yep, that's normal. Yeah. Hi everyone, lots of hellos. Yes, Dan, you made it to a live show. Hello, Ellis Fire at Horror Beauty. Scott, it is Werewolf Sunday. Jesse Papa Bear, sweating to death. I hate that for you. Hello, Psycho Axeman. Psycho Axeman, tell me your t-shirt size. Like XL, large, medium, whatever your shirt size is, put that up there. Hello, Borks and friends. Hello, Hugo from Brazil. You're a 2X. Currently, I am a 2X. I was a 3X for a while there, on the verge of 4, but now I'm back to a 2. Hallelujah. Honey? Hey, honey? Yeah. Ezekiel says happy birthday from the future. Shannon says thank you. All right, so you guys will be shocked to know that I have to clean up a little bit before I can actually get to work on what I have to work on, because it's a whole change of things. We're gonna do everything up here, so I gotta get up here cleaned off. I am in the middle of some grouches. I'm gonna actually take one of these grouches off his head for later, so I can build the werewolf. First, I gotta have fur for the werewolf. And I also need to move a bear. always a good day at work, but part of what you have to do is move a bear. This bear's in the wrong spot. We got to move a bear. Moving alligators was always fun in Gatorland. Oh. I do always have the best Halloween shirts. I buy them from two places. I buy them from hauntshirts.com, and I buy them from Chad Savage's shirt company. Honey, what is Chad Savage's shirts called? Sinister Visions is another place where I get cool Halloween shirts. Both of those places have awesome shirts. Yes, Grouches moved, but they're going to come back. Hello, Andre Bravin in Sweden. Hello. And hello, Michael J. Lassiter. So another thing I'm going to have to do today is turn my desk around. Dun, 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 dun. Turn the desk around. Got to see the TV. My wife is working very hard as usual in the other room, packing things up. Because we have some t-shirt orders and some DVD orders, and those are on our website. And it turns out people are going there and ordering those things. So yes. All right. Before I move the desk, I'm going to move the bear, because the bear is heavy and the sculpture. I probably should moisten the bear today. Not a sentence I thought I would say a lot, but I think that the bear might be getting a little dry. It's been a few days since I worked on him. Okay, we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Cash money, hooray. You know what? Actually, the t-shirts, it is really nice when someone orders a t-shirt. They're very fast for us to get out because we do have them made ahead of time. So that works. And I think I'm going to swing this guy over here. My dogs are very confused. They didn't know that this moved. They're like, whoa, that whole thing just moved. Okay. Now, if I'm here, I can see the TV. How to keep clay moist. Wet a towel, put a wet towel over it. That'll moisten it back up. Or you could just mist the whole thing down with water. Or you could, the shirts are not Stilt Beast green because that'd be very hard to keep clean. We have a dark gray shirt, we have a black shirt. Originally I was very resistant to doing black shirts because I have 700,000 black t-shirts. But I ended up caving and I did black t-shirts. There's a dog under me. Doggo, what are you doing? Go on. Okay. One day, I'm really going to clean this table off. And that day is going to be awesome. Nightmare Fuel, I highly recommend the Stilt Beast Studios t-shirt. Like right now, if you're walking around at like a 7, 7.5, you throw on a Stilt Beast t-shirt, you're automatically a 9. That's how it goes with the ladies, I hear. They can tell when you're wearing a Stilt Beast shirt. Even if it's like under a shirt. None of that is true. So don't believe me. We're going to clean this whole thing off. And then we're actually going to put a new piece of melamine on top. All of this stuff, we're going to put a new one on there. TV remote, it's very important. Why is it on that table? It shouldn't be. See cobwebs? If you're walking around as a 9, then you put on a steel piece shirt and you're going to be like an 11, you know? That's how that works. What I was told. I'm just going by what I was told. Well, see, these are all things I should sort and put away where they're supposed to go, but I'm not going to do that. Garbage. So recently I have been exposed to a video of a child saying he's spelling the word garbage, and he spells it Garbitch. And then his family says, "What does that spell?" And he goes, "Garbage." And I have been saying garbage a lot lately, and I should not, because I find it funnier than it is. Oh, very cool. That's right. Lady friends dig mask making. I think. I don't know. It worked for me. I'm married. I was actually wearing a mask when I met my wife, so it's got to count for something. Later, I'm going to look for my sculpting tools, and they're going to be all piled over there because I made poor choices. This young lady has to go home. You know what? If I were a better person, all right, I would have had this all clean before I started the live video. I might even have been in the shop when I started the live video, but I wasn't. This is what you have. I'm not the hero you want. I'm the hero you deserve. So I don't know what that says. I don't know why I said that. Okay, are you guys actually interested in a Stilt Beast green t-shirt? Because we can make that happen. I could do that, and I would love to have some Stilt Beast green t-shirts. I would even try to not work in them. If you guys are serious about wanting a Stilt Beast green shirt, you let me know. The aprons are Stilt Beast green. We made our aprons Stilt Beast green, but we were not able to, well, we're able to. I didn't think anybody would buy them. Filth is my pride. And Scott has a link to the shop. Scott Creighton would buy a green shirt. Michael J. Lassiter says make it happen. Hey, honey, are you hearing this? Maybe a limited run of like 30 or so. I would like 3 of them. Okay, now somebody is telling stories about my dog, because you said the dog was eating the mold. There's no dog over here. So, lots of folks are saying they buy one, honey. Now, for every 100 people that say they buy one, that means we probably sell 2, because that's just how life works, you know. Okay. Da, 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 da. Now, the Stilt Beast shirts do say "Go make stuff" on the back. They do say that. I don't know why I'm cleaning off the top of this. All right, so this here, hey, this is like a peek inside of my system. This is my system I'm about to show you. So this here, all right, is a topper to keep the table in good shape. This one has served its purpose. It is now garbage. I'm going to try to break it. There we go. Now I'm going to get it out of the way. More manageable. And once every 6 months, maybe once a year, I switch out the top. Look at that. Isn't that lovely? Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? So tonight, or in a couple hours, when I end up putting paint right on top of this, you guys are going to cringe because it's so clean and beautiful right now. Why not just flip it? Because this is a nice, easy, clean top, and the bottom is never easy clean. It's not white on both sides. And I started doing the white tops because it was easier to see stuff on camera, and I just kind of kept that. Yeah, so yeah, if you buy something, let us know in like a message or whatever that you watch the live streams, and Shannon says she will throw a pin. Well, you guys can read that. I don't have to read that to you. You'll have to read too. Okay, Gen X, if you've been missing me since I left, I don't know, what, 12 hours ago? Something like that? No, it was 18 hours ago. Well, here I am. Calm down. You're good. You're good. I ought to buy an old stainless steel table from a school or bakery. Well, that's a stainless steel table. I have stainless steel tables. What I don't like about them is that they don't have good drawers, and they're not on wheels. And putting casters on them is kind of a pain in the butt. This is actually a 1950s office desk. See that? And this is my folding table, and my bin of plaster that's on wheels goes up under it when it's over against that wall, and I can store things in the drawers. I put a piece of plywood on the top so it overhangs, and I can put clamps on it, and then I put this on. This is like it's like a white tile board or shower board for bathrooms, is what this material is, Horror Beauty. It is not plywood. I do kind of create art on the white background. Okay. Boy, this table is so nice and clean, I want to like get up and lay down on it, kick my feet and stuff. But I'm not going to do that because I'm on camera. That would be weird. There are 56 people watching. Okay. I did this so I can go and get some werewolf fabric and start the werewolf progress. Shannon said to tell Cobwebs that she's packing you up right now. So this is the fur that I will use, but I will also put some hair on this mask to blend it in. This one is going to be going to Psycho Axeman. Gotta grab my pattern. Here we are, here we are. Pattern. And grab a marker. Grab a couple markers. John, I buy from those places all the time. You know what else I get from there that I get for haunts quite a bit? Because offices have them? Ficus trees. I buy ficus trees from those office auctions all the time for 15 bucks a piece. And they are, it's a lot of greenery for a very small price. It is Shannon's birthday tomorrow. Tomorrow is the wife's birthday. I don't know what the dog has in its mouth. Probably something dangerous or deadly. But we're going to move on. I'm just going to pretend I didn't see it. That's how it do, yo. Alright, so looking at my fur direction, my direction is going to go down. Great. I just mark it on the fabric to be sure. Oh, I can tell my dogs are in the shop. Hey, no, off, no, off. Go on, off of the fabric, off of the fabric. There we go. Criminy. Like having children. Except I'm allowed to leave the house without them. And I can leave them to their own devices in the yard. Can't do that with kids anymore. Okay. No. No, no. I'm handing out no's. No. Forrest, no. No, no. Out, 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 out. You're a terrible dog. Go to your mother. This won't help in the least.
High five across the room.
Good job, baby. Thank you. They're going to come hauling butt through that dog door any minute now, I know. All right. No. Oh, I can see them. I just haven't been looking because I'm working on this thing. They do. They want to mess with the fur. That's exactly what they want to do. I'm sure that Boris is capable of making a beautiful mask, but when he gets his own workshop, then he can do it. Yeah, Boris doesn't even pay rent, so he can't have space in the shop. As soon as he fixes that whole rent issue, I'm down. It is the bumpuses, exactly right. The bumpuses ate smelly hound dogs. Alright, there we go. That's the big part done. Yes. What's that, love? Okay. Yes, I am Harry. It's from having 3 dogs. Okay. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Yes, there's hair all over my shirt up here. I just carried the werewolf fur in, remember? I had it up on my shoulder. Yeah. I did trim my beard today, though. Trimmed it down quite a bit. Hello, big dog. Yeah, perfect. All right. Now see, I throw away a lot of scraps just like that. They're not tiny, tiny scraps, but they're just not big enough for what I need. Big dog, you are killing me. I love deep dish pizza. And one of the reasons I'm afraid that MHC might not happen is if it doesn't, I won't get any Chicago deep dish pizza. Okay, so this guy is done. Now we're going to move it down again. You know what? I could save the scraps for dead possums. You're absolutely right. Not a bad idea. I may go back and dig that one out of the garbage. Not uncommon for that to happen around here. You know it's bad when you're digging your own garbage for stuff. If I threw it away once, I ought to leave it thrown away. Hair direction is pretty huge on these guys. I should have my weights out to hold this down, but I don't. If I were doing more than one of these, I would grab the weights. Yardstick, I'm going to complete a line. Yes, you did order from us today. Do I still go by my 6-month rule? Which 6-month rule is that? Oh, yes. If I have a use for it within the next 6 months, I won't throw it away. But if it's going to be more than 6 months, odds are good I'll make another one. Or get another one, or whatever. All right, better. Mo better. Yeah, probably a good idea about the possum fur. But that is all that I need for this werewolf hair. Part of me says if I'm cutting one out, I should cut two out, but I don't want to. Yes, this is the Roberts cutting knife that holds the Persona blades. I buy mine from Home Depot, but they also sell them on Amazon. Ezekiel, I'm very glad to hear that your children are getting a haunted house education. Very helpful. So this will go back in the filing cabinet. Big dog, that wasn't very nice. I suppose it could be used to make a toupee for Stan, but I'm gonna tell him you said that. Now this gets rolled back up. I put it back on the big fabric shelf. All right. Yes, it is a good sharp razor. I like them for that. The Personas. We get to sew. Kind of a high table for the sewing machine. I'm not entirely sure that this pedal will reach all the way to the ground. I do think they should make these pedals longer on sewing machines. I may write them a strongly worded letter. Do I ever punch hair? Yes. On occasion, I do punch hair. It is a longer, more tedious process. Fine for film, not normally necessary in a haunted house setting. Okay. All right, let's figure this out. Gotta finish trimming first. Yes, you must remain quiet or you'll scare the Shannon away. doing now is I'm cutting out. I cut it to a rough shape. I did not finish cutting. I did not finish cut the head piece. And this is actually a little bit dull, this razor now, but it'll work. When they're brand new, they are very sharp, very sharp. Oh, so much of the sharpness. Okay, thinking of getting a Tupac stomach tattoo that says "Haunt Life." All right, that's awesome. Go you. You do you. The only time I'll get a bunch of needles put in my stomach is if I get rabies for making a very poor choice, like punching a rabid animal. One of the things that makes my dogs happiest is to utterly destroy a cardboard box. So sometimes we leave sacrificial cardboard boxes around that they can eat and chew up. What you doing, buddy? Cheney. Cheney, are you chewing on a box? I think you are. But he's allowed. That's his box. He is also the same doggo that cannot wait. He cannot wait for me to open up Amazon packages to give him the envelope that it came in. He loves it. A very special T-R-E-A-T for him. We don't say that word out loud because he knows what it means. All right, so it's going to be a pretty simple sew up. Better go see what that is. Better go see. Yes, I might also be bit by a possum that I only thought was dead. That's true. It could happen. Wife?
You need not know what you
Can you tell a quick story?
Oh gosh. The reason that I'm telling a story, really, I don't even really have a story, but I'm in the process of packing for you fine folks, many of you who are watching, and putting a little something special in the package at the moment with a giant shark head in it, and you guys can't see what he's doing, but there's something that he has to do here for a moment. And anyway, let's just say we are enjoying the heck out of these unboxing videos. Michelle, Plastic Ninja, and Cobwebs and Candlesticks have all done these unboxing videos, and they are a riot. We are having the best time. We've never paid attention to such a thing. Who knew that there was such a thing as unboxing videos? But apparently it's a thing. I didn't know, guys. I'm not cool, but they're hilarious. We're loving them. And so, yeah, I just had to take him away for a second. Did you do it?
I did it.
Am I finished?
Finished.
We have line cut doors.
Awesome, big dog. I ran out of bobbin thread. nothing put the kibosh on progress like running out of bobbin thread. I need some scissors. So I did pretty much start right at 4 o'clock. And I'm hoping I'll have the bulk of this werewolf figured out by 6. Meaning done in. Now I have to get my glasses. He very clearly stated no pipe. So to put a pipe in there would be very wrong. Why, thank you. I too like my shirt. Okay, here we go. Boy, it's amazing that I can see these details now. And by amazing, I mean depressing. Everybody out there knows how to sew, right? Highly useful skill for making monsters. This is the part I really needed the glasses for. The dogs go a little cray-cray from time to time. They will eat a plaster mold. They would happily just chow on a broken mold like it's a bag of chips. They are so weird in that way. But they keep pooping, so they're okay. See, and with glasses, this is so easy. Oh my gosh, it's infuriating how well glasses work. Every time I wear these and they work, I get mad at Benjamin Franklin all over again. Although I think he invented bifocals, not just glasses. Yes, they do carry the blades also. And they are the Persona blades. If you go to Home Depot, they're stored right next to each other. There's a little plastic lid somewhere for this. Here it is. This is not the sexy part of werewolf making, but you have to see it. You know? This happens. You don't have to see it, but I think people appreciate the process more and understand what goes into it. I can't tell you how many mask makers say, "Do I have to sew?" Well, if you want to make stuff with hair on it, it helps. You don't have to, but it sure does open up your options. this thread. Da, 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 da. Yay, green. Yay, link to an unboxing video. I do want to say I really appreciate this very supportive community in helping each other out. Thank you, thank you. We try to go live as often as possible. I bet I'm live 4 or 5 nights a week. There's these extra threads that happen. One of the things I really want to get in the future is a nice serger. Not a regular serger, but like an industrial serger. I think that would make my life better. And what you guys maybe can't tell as I'm putting this together, I never use pins when I sew. I just don't. But I hold it, I manage it, and I watch it. If I'm doing spandex or something, I will use the little clips. It's just too easy to have a project get away from you. So happy to see in live French time. What time is it where you are? What time is it? Here it is 4:45 in the afternoon. 4:45 p.m. for us. And what part of France are you in? 12 p.m. Wait. 7:45 a.m. down under. You're in Paris. Very cool. So you had to stay up a little bit late. Do you make masks in Paris? Do you make masks or costumes or anything like that? Oh, that is excellent. Michael Armstrong. Yeah, I want one of the big table ones, you know, and I'll get one eventually. But this is not the year for me to make big purchases. The world's a little crazy right now, and it is affecting my business, and it's affecting my heart, because while maybe I have not done as well business-wise, that's perfectly fine. I have certainly gotten closer to a lot of you guys by being live so much. The community has grown quite a bit. Very happy for that. So there's positives to happen here. I also look forward to the fact that when haunts open again, no one's going to tell me, oh, I can't wear a mask. Oh, you had to wear a mask during quarantine. You got used to it. So, you know, there's some little positives that happen. Been sewing, making face masks. Cool. Still waiting on my glasses and mask I bought from Alan. Yeah, you were shipped last week, so it should be there to you soon. But you also have a weird shipping situation. Anyway, so I have this. Let's grab a Wolfman. If I was smart, I would have taken the werewolf mask and based it out first, and then done the fabric. I'm your friend. I'm not your smart friend. Okay, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and do these separately. Oh, Psycho, thank you so much. You're very kind. You know, what's really cool about the streams lately, and Psycho kind of brought it up, we're getting a lot of questions that aren't necessarily related to what I'm doing right now. And I think that's that's perfectly fine, number one. But also, it's cool. I think it's good that people are comfortable enough to ask questions about things I'm not doing right now. We've given out a lot of general haunted house advice. Lots of stuff. Okay. I'm your friend, but not your smart friend. That might be a good one. I do say that a lot. Okay. Yes, it has become more of a community, and that is good. I'm going to grab myself some Black Emma paint. That's going to take forever. We're going to unscrew the lid. That will be faster. I'm excited about making this werewolf because Axeman said he wanted it to be a bloody, kind of like that new table, bloody, gory mess. And that will be fun. You can pour right into here when it's attached to the hose. When it's not attached to the hose, you should stabilize it. Okay, but I'm going to close the door on my wife. This is scrap here. Oh, that's nice. I like the texture that makes. I'll remember that for painting in the future. And this fur is kind of plasticky, so it is a plastic type hair. Blind Cook Thor, what are you having for dinner? What's dinner? Big Dog is having deep dish pizza, making me jealous. Well, yeah, I mean, what you just said about happy accidents, you're absolutely right, because cleaning it up with that little patch of fur, it did a real cool thing. So I may use some fur scraps as painting for painting in the future. Okay, now that's stable, it's got that on it. I'm gonna grab a little paint scrap and I'll show, fur scrap and I'll show you. But see, it just made a nice pattern in it. And there's just not enough here of it now to do it. Well, okay, there's a little bit. But this, it's just a nice milling, and the hairs, individual hairs, break it up. I just like it a lot. It's good for a texture effect. I will put that in my repertoire when I'm doing walls and stuff. Brats on the grill. I had a brat for breakfast. I don't know if it's good for dry brushing. It's just too soft for that. But it is a good texture, so I'm going to remember it. Pizza babies. Who knew? I tell you what, Psycho. I do appreciate you, friend. And I'm glad that you appreciate the classes and lessons and everything that we're doing. I'm going to close that door, it does get loud. Oh. Okay, a brat is a bratwurst. A bratwurst sausage. You probably call them something else in Australia, like trailer park, because you guys call stuff weird things. But a brat is a bratwurst sausage. They are German sausages, and we just call them brats, for bratwurst for short. Actor brain, turn on your monster body. And that's what I say a lot when I'm training. Because I need the actor to keep thinking, but I need to start acting like a monster. Just because they get in character doesn't mean you should turn off their brains. And sometimes, unfortunately, that happens. Clamps are important. Okay, there we go. So when I moved into this shop, it had some fans in here, like that. It had, it has two fans in it. I'm thinking about taking those out and changing the lighting. Dude, these clamps are just the best for working with masks. Make sure you have an overhang on your table so you can clip onto there. And they make working on masks so easy. I think the 14-inch size is what I get and like the most. Okay, it is. Welcome to American English. It is. It's not brat. It's not brats. It's brats. It's the long A, brat. Almost like a B-R-O-U-T. Brat. It's a long A, brat. It's not a brat. It's a like a bratwurst. Bratwurst is a type of sausage, and we just call them brats. I can see why you would say brats, but it's brats. If you're on here and have content on your YouTube, can y'all put links on? You put on your links. It depends on what your needs are. I would need to know what your needs are, Glenn, to give you a good compressor recommendation. As soon as that compressor dies, maybe sooner, I'm going to get one of the quiet compressors from Harbor Freight that I think will, one of the quiet compressors from Harbor Freight, because I want it to be quieter. I wouldn't have to close that door as much, and they really are very nice, the quiet compressors. While that's happening, I mean, you could go with a 60-gallon upright, but I don't know what you do. If you have 4 or 5 animatronics you're running. Thank you for letting me know that. I see a comment and it says, your dog is eating your stuff. Forrest, that's mine. You're ruining it. We've had this discussion. If you're going to help in the shop, you can't ruin things. Okay? If I wanted things ruined, I would just have Rob over. Oh, you're killing me. Okay. Let's put this away. These are some belts that are going to go on a mask. Okay, the dog can eat the box. I gave them the box. But these belts, no, not for them. Yeah, Rob, you see how well I've listened to. You see how well I've listened to when you found these. And now I'm going to get another little piece of leather for this doggo to chew on. I don't have it. Nope, don't have one. Sorry, buddy. You're out of luck. But I can't open this back up. Okay. Here we are. Yeah. Send your links to Scott. Scott loves links. He is the link master. He's the link master general. He really is. All right, so I have this bit done. I'm going to have to wait on this. It's got to dry. I'm going to put it over here, a bit out of the way. I'm going to bring something else out and do another little project. So I actually have the bear. I haven't messed with the bear. Hopefully when I'm done with the werewolf tonight, I'm going to start sculpting on the bear again, and I'll get him finished. Go grab something out of my car. I'll be right back. Okay. Yes, I just made a werewolf cowl, Stacy. So this is actually my Gravedigger mold. And Gravedigger is to the point where it would be nice if I had 2 molds for it. This is 3-pound foam. Okay, it's variable density foam. And I have to read the label because I want to mix it so it's 3 pounds per foot, not 6 pounds per foot, because that affects the flexibility. (30A to 100B by weight). Demold after 20 to 30 minutes at room temperature. Okay. All right, so we're going to do 30A to 100B. A, B. By weight, not by volume. Volume is like the amount in the cup, and weight is the amount that it weighs, of course. When I'm messing with foam, I make sure my industrial air scrubbers are on. If you're doing it in a small space without good ventilation, wear a respirator. Here's my little scale. Have you guys done this before? Have you guys messed with this kind of foam? It's good stuff. I have a contractor's bag here. This is a plastic that I'm going to use to control the flow and make sure it goes where I want it to go. And I want to have everything prepped. Most of my things are on my website, which is stiltbstudios at stiltbstudios.com. That's what it is. I just need a good chunk of this bag. I have to grab some mixing cups. Ingersoll does make good compressors. We'll do it this way. And they said 30 to 100. Oh, thank you, Rob. My wife actually made the website. She learned how to make websites in order to make our website, which has, quite frankly, saved our business. Because before, all I did was sell at trade shows. Well, every trade show I was supposed to go to so far has canceled. So that was a big chunk of income that we would have completely lost. And we were able to make up some of it because we now have a highly functional website. And that is all thanks to my wife, who is awesome and smarter than me. All right, so I have the scale. I'm going to put this on. I'm going to zero it out. Now this weighs nothing. And again, I'm going to double check my measurements. This says The 5-pound mix is 30A to 100B. So let's also mix this up. Shake before use. Let's just take a moment. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your foam up. Shake your foam up. I'm going to try not to foam the sewing machine, but I guarantee nothing. This is the, it's probably from Polygem, but this is TCC 266 3 to 5 pound variable foam. See ya, Rodney. And I'll tell you what, I'm getting the shake weight workout right now. Big time. I'm glad this isn't shaped differently. It's going to be very awkward. Goodbye, Rodney. Anybody out there have a shake weight? For actual working out reasons. Hello, 1999. We know your older brother, 1980. He's on here a lot. Yes, right, working out the guns. You'd be surprised at how much this actually does burn your arms after shaking for a while. Okay. There we go. Can I call you on the phone? Well, not right now, but you can later if you need to ask questions and stuff. Sure. Yes, this is the foam I would recommend for the small tentacles. You can't call me right now because I'm live, and this is my phone that is the camera. So I don't know what you need, but I'm sure I can help you down the road. This is a soft foam. See, it's a flexible foam that says flexible. That means it's going to be able to. 99. Is it a special effects question? Is it a special effects question? 1999. I see you're growling. I understand. Life is hard. We're going to help you. This should be pretty easy to get out of this mold because it's soft. It should squish up. And we're going for, once again, a 30 to 100. So I'm going to find out what 100 is by pouring in this one first. One last bit of shake up. Post foam is great, but it's not flexible. So I'm going to do 200 of this, and then I'll put in 60 of the other. There we go. That is 200. I actually went to 201. I are not concerned. This side I don't have to shake up. So I'm just going to put, now this is very risky, okay? I should not pour right into here because this has a very fast reaction. I'm going to grab a mixing stick. So I have a mixing stick ready. This is a very fast reaction. But I'm going to pour this in, and I want this to get to 260. Because right now it's at 2. There we go. And right away, I've got to start mixing this up. I'm not hanging out right over it. Hold on a second here. Let me Are we having personal drama with 1999? I would hate that if we were. And now this goes into the mold. Now, do I know exactly how much this will rise? There's a formula for it. But I'm not doing that. Right now, I am very chemically committed. Otherwise, I would jump right and engage conversation here with 1999. Right now, this foam is rising. I can show you the rise of it. No, it just doesn't stick to this plastic. This is this is a good heavy HDPE plastic that they use for these are contractors' bags. It doesn't stick to this. And I think that has risen. It has risen. I'm going to push it down a little bit in the center. I'm going to leave this in. I think if we did that pour again, it would probably be a bit too much. But I'm using the plastic to keep it out of the center and force it up the sides. Okay, this actually gets very warm. It's very warm in there. Right now, I'm actually going to make a buck so I can make more molds of the Gravedigger. See how I did that? I answered Lisa's question right behind you at the same time. The 6-pound rigid foam is awesome stuff. This is the 3 to 5 pound flexible foam. Slightly different animal. So we're going to do it again. I am making a buck. I'm making it so I can make another mold in order to make Gravedigger masks. That's what I want to do. A buck is it's a foam master. I can just mold right on top of, no problem. I can mold right on top of it. It's be just like a sculpture almost. It's a softer foam-filled thing. You'll see. You'll see in a few minutes. Now let's get this out of the mixing container. You know what? I'll grab another container. It'll peel out easy later, but right now it's a little squishy. And for the sake of easiness, turn this on. We'll zero it out. I'm going to put in 100 of this. Well, I did 200 last time. We'll do 200 again. Okay, 200. And the ratio on it says 30 to 100. So I'll do 60 of this. Okay, there we go. I forgot to get a new mixing stick, so we're going to have to improvise. mixing, we're mixing, we're mixing. It's kicking, it's kicking. All right, we're gonna do this. We're gonna pour it around this edge. And I'm getting it all out of that container. Sides are scraped and clean. I'm going to set that down. I'll show it to you after. And now we just monitor. I don't want it to go into the middle. I don't want to fill it up. I don't want this to be hard to get out. Yes, the bag is used to keep it hollow in the center. Hey, Masato! Okay. And now I have it over here. You can see it's kind of coming out. What was today as in the date? Hey wife, you are awesome at reading comments. It is very difficult and I kind of suck at it. You do a great job and I miss you. Okay, so let's look at our demold time. Demold after 20 to 30 minutes of room temperature. Okay, now I'm a little worried that I'm not going to have enough like up on some of these edges. But what I'm going to do is I am going to take out the bag. And maybe I'll mix up one more batch. It's a small batch that I'm just going to use on these edges. Horror Beauty, you were interested in whether or not this stuck to the bag. No, it doesn't take long to cure. The chemical reaction stuff is normally much faster than anything that's like air dry. And I could probably demold this right now. See, it really doesn't stick to the bag at all. Hello, Goblin Trader. Great name, by the way. We're making a buck. Chad, you're a little late. You're not terrible. I've seen worse. And this hasn't reached its full properties yet. It'll reach its full properties down the road. So right now it's even softer and it's more pliable. And honestly, that's when I want to get it out of the mold. So I'm going to quickly mix up another batch here, just a 100 batch. And I'm going to apply this to the edges where it didn't quite come all the way up to the top. I'm going to put on some gloves so I'm not like a savage. The Ohio Ren Fair, that's awesome. Goblin Trader, I have a mythical monster museum. I have a mythical monster museum at Scarborough Renaissance Festival. I think we've talked before. Yes, Nightmare Makers is another company in Texas, and they make molds for skulls. They make silicone molds to pour up foam skulls. Yes, I enjoy the Howard the Duck monsters. And this foam is still very much off gassing. And when I poured this up, I made sure I came all the way over the edges so that the stone was protected. That's awesome, Chad. I want to see your Wolfman. Show me your Wolfman. That's not a euphemism. And I do not want to damage this latex until after I have this guy done. I do like old music and video games. That's right, Stacy has her stuff on the Still Beast site. She's hardcore, yo. She's in the shop pretty often too, when we are not under lockdown. Okay, so we're going to use a dirty cup. We're going to turn our scale on. We're just going to do 100 batch. And I'm going to trowel it in with this tool. And if I don't get to a question, just ask it again, okay? Because I'm having to concentrate here. And I said I was going to turn around my table, and I didn't do it. Let's go 100. Okay. That is 100. That's good. And we'll go 30. 30. Okay, there we go. It's actually working out very well considering. Now it says do this with a high-speed mixer, but I've always found doing it by hand is adequate. I think I've pulled 10 or 11 from this mold so far, maybe 15. And I'm going to let it go white. And I'm actually going to let it start foaming up a little bit this time, because I want it thicker. I don't want it to run in the middle. And I've lost my protection. I want to hit these edges that are thin. You see how I'm doing this with the cup? Pulling it out, I'm hitting these edges that are thin. Pull it up, it wants to go down there, I don't want it to go down there. Just keep it up on those edges. Okay, see how we do. This is actually going to be the, this is going to be the Gravedigger. This is the Gravedigger mold. I could, once I get this out of the mold, then I could go back and, this stuff is like marshmallow fluff now. Then I could go back and fill it all the way up once those sides are protected. This will be the master of the Gravedigger. Yes. It is like marshmallow fluff. That is 100% true. Except the bubbles are filled with cyanide gas, so it'll kill you dead. Pug, you cannot eat it. I know it looks delicious. Still in the kill you dead category. Can't do it, friend. That's no bueno. Bueno, not bueno. I don't think bueno is a word. All right, so these guys are dead. And I'm just throwing them away. Could I peel the foam out? Yes. Yeah, I mean that's what it is. It's those aren't bubbles of happy oxygen. Yes, death is a certain cure for COVID-19. After 1 month of dying, they tested negative for COVID-19. That's for sure. Do you have a layer of latex in the mold to catch all your detail and ask if the barrier? Yes. The mold was latex before I foamed it. I poured it up just like I was going to pour a mask, except I did spillover all the way around the edge. And this foam is still sticky. It needs about, let's say 10 minutes. And then I'm going to demold it. Alexa, countdown, 10 minutes.
10 minutes, starting now.
I can see by my werewolf snout that it is not yet dry. So we're working. My scale can be put away. I do really love my shop. I have enough space now to put things away and find them. So spastic pug, just for clarity's sake, the president said nothing about Lysol. What he said was doctors are investigating putting disinfectant in the lungs, which, I don't want to get political, but I also don't want to spread misinformation. The president did not say to inject yourself with Lysol. And I wish that he would just stop speaking. And I wish that when he's speaking and spitballing with a group of people, that they don't share that information. Because, it's spitballing. But he should lose his public speaking merit badge for sure. Sculpting a waffle cone. Okay. I did a 3-hour dwell on this. So yes. Carl for President 2020. Yeah. Yes, he should have people who stop him when he starts talking. Maybe not they just, whenever he starts to speak, shut him down. And that's not even like politically motivated at all. That is just, it's just a good idea. What I'm doing now is I'm peeling back the latex that I put over the edge. And I made you guys go really far away. Oh, I bet he is fun to watch. Kind of like a car crash is fun to watch. Yes, it is definitely a dumpster fire. Okay, so I'm going to trim this off. This is going to be a little bit uneven. And I'm just pulling this like it's a regular latex mask because I kept it pretty thin. And this foam, it hasn't been that whole half hour yet, so it hasn't hit all of its properties. It's not as rigid as it will be. And now I have a moldable buck of the Gravedigger mask, which is going to be nice and useful. And now I'll be able to make, lately I've been trying to make the thinnest possible molds. Well, that's what I'm going to try and do here. Because this guy is a beast. That's a very heavy mold. So let me get him out of the way. Okay. I will bust out the heat gun here to dry off this werewolf here in a moment. But before I mold, see I've got an air bubble behind the ear here. I'll clean that and patch it. I have an air bubble behind this ear. I'll clean that and patch it. And then I will certainly, this is going to be plenty because I'm not going to put that much weight of plaster on it to distort it. It won't have that much plaster on it. It'll go on like an even shell, so I don't see it needing a lot of support. But yeah, pretty simple process, right? Trimming, and yeah, that's going to be nice. That'll make a nice second mold for the Gravedigger, and I can mold this as much as I want. And I probably will go ahead and foam fill the interior of it. But I wanted to make sure I could get it out of the mold. Sometimes that's the hard part. Okay, I'm in good shape. That's nice. That's a nice buck. I can put this flat down on the table and go ahead and mold the heck out of it. All right, let's put it away. All right. Now we clean up. We do it all again. That buck can last a long time. I know that Distortions has some foam-filled bucks that have lasted 25 years. If you think you're going to want more than, let's say, 20 pulls of a mask mold, I would make a master. If you don't think you're going to do 20, then I wouldn't worry about it. Just get 20 out of your mold. A lot of the masks I make, I don't do masters of. I only do about between a third and a half of them. Because I make a lot of esoteric things, and sometimes I make a mask just for an expensive costume, and then you know, if it's a $2,000 costume, I'm not going to sell 100 of those. I don't like to make a buck on the first pull, simply because you don't know how to pour it up perfectly yet. So I like to wait till the third or fourth pull, and that is when I will make a buck. And a lot of people call them a foam master, but any sort of one-piece master like that is called a buck. Now there could be two-part bucks. Also, Alexa, stop. Whenever when you're vacuum forming, the piece you put down to draw the vacuum form over, that is also called a buck. It's a one-piece thing that is, it's normally always flush to the table, and that's a buck. So my masters are bucks. Not all masters are bucks, but all bucks are masters of something. Life is hard. We'll figure it out. While we're talking about other people's websites, and there's this whole side conversation about surprise buzzers and air blasts, I want to mention my buddy Jake's company, which is Effects to Go, EFFECTS to Go. And they do a lot of those little scare things, like he has the great popping snake, he has the nightmare lattice, just good stuff from him. And he also works at Dark Hour. He also is a, yeah, you have to. He also exhibits at Transworld and did not get to go to Transworld and sell stuff. I don't want to burn the latex, so you will see me every now and then put my hand in between this and the mask to make sure the mask isn't getting too hot. One of the reasons you don't want a high gloss. One of the reasons you don't want a high gloss base, hard to tell when it's dry. Okay, I feel good about that. You know what's going to suck? Trying to get the brush clean on this new table because it's so smooth it's not going to get stuff off the brush like I want it to. This is more dry than the lower jaw, so I'm going to swap their places. I'm going to grab a brush. I'm going to grab the paint. Yep. Just kind of spreads around.
Doing in here?
What's that?
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing? I have made a Kraken. I've made several Krakens, and I have a video on it, Dan. I have a video on making a Kraken on my YouTube channel, which you are currently watching. I'm spinning this around so I can easily work and watch the comments. You guys don't have to see the comments. I do. I will be back in a moment.
I'm not sure what I got on it. Very sticky.
Where's it from?
From a mask that I'm going to bring it to you. But how do I get this off? It's not sticky.
I've used hand sanitizer.
There.
Yeah, I want to see what that is.
I'll show you.
Okay. That turn on a little more light. This is the dark gray that I am dry brushing with. A lot of this won't show up. You won't even tell I did it. Because most of these get a little darker as they dry. This is that base layer. Yes, yeah, Piggin is he on the website already?
The blank is.
Yeah, great. And if I am correct, wife, didn't you take pictures of more blanks today to add to the website?
Yeah.
How many new ones?
3?
Cool. You're going to add them on Monday?
I'll probably add it today.
She's going to add new blanks to the website today.
And the cinnamon werewolf and the shark.
Cool. So, I want to master some of my older pieces that I make, plaster stone molds from them. These are smaller pieces, think this size. You have hard resin masters or silicone molds these pieces. I want to make a soft, flexible master that I can make a plaster mold of so I can cast and neoprene. I would probably do a silicone mold and then silicone mold okay, so you have a positive or you have a negative? That was my question to you. Well, I'm going to put it on the middle of your table and then I can go look at it.
Oh, wait, it's not so. It can be later. I won't forget. Right now, the table's in use.
Your face is in use. If it's a pro haunted attraction, I don't know if it's pro or if it's at home. If it's a pro haunted attraction, sometimes there are laws against using children. And if you have, there's child labor laws. You can't stay open past a certain time. They can't work past a certain time. It can be a thing, so just be careful with it. That's all that I tell you. It's always a good day when your werewolf is dry. Hooray, cobwebs. Horror Beauty, are you talking pro haunt or home haunt? Hey James. Good to see you on, sir. Clean up my die list. Well, I don't know what that means. And that's okay. And now this layer of gray is on and dry. I'm going to go with the lighter gray. Hold on. There you go. Good deal. And dry brushing uses a lot less paint than traditional painting. I use quite a bit of that black that I base it out in, but this I'm not using much at all. Excuse me while I do old people stuff. Love dry brushing because it just feels like I'm putting so much detail on with painting because I left the black in there. I love dry brushing. What a great technique. It's fast. I did answer Mr. Jimmy. I just got it from Amazon. Just put in felt Dremel wheels or felt Dremel heads, and you'll get several of them that come up. I'm very excited about this because he's going to be extra gory and extra bloody, and I think that's awesome. It's going to be fun. It'll be fun to make. They're all fun to make. And sometimes when you know the person you're making it for is insane, you can go a little extra crazy, as I intend to do here. Not stilt making, but stilt walking. I make a lot of characters for stilts. Oh man, the felt wheels are the best for that. And they don't ever get caught up in the latex and catch it. And sometimes the stone wheels will do that. The felt wheels are absolutely the best for dremming down a seam line. Demolding down a seam line. Not dremming. Dremming's not a word. Foam fumes. Enjoy. You do have to love blood and guts. This will be the 80s-est werewolf that ever 80s. But no, Scott, I love stilt costumes. One of the things I like doing with costuming is breaking the human form. And stilts do that really well because a person on stilts is no longer person-sized. So you just have this huge advantage in not being human that most haunt actors don't ever get. And it's Stilts does that. There's a tub and tile caulking that just comes in a tube like toothpaste. Here it's called Quick Seal. Quick Seal works very well for filling seams in EVA foam projects. But any kind of latex acrylic caulk will work fine if it's a big seam. If it's a small seam, I just spray over it when I put the Flex Seal on it, and that works fine. Goblin Trader, are you asking me? I know that you said that you were doing, I don't know. I don't know who you're talking to. My wife is so much better at this than me. If you guys are talking to me, can you put like an @Allen on there? Yes, you answered that that's your booth name at the Renaissance Festival. I then told you that I have a monster museum at Scarborough Renaissance Festival here in Texas. A mythical monster museum. Yeah, you guys are talking to each other a lot, and that's perfectly cool. But if you need me to see it or read it, write @Allen and then write it. And in future broadcasts, you might say @wife, because then it's my wife doing it. But she's better than me, so maybe she doesn't need that, but it might help. Yeah, and there should be like a 20-pack, or a 100-pack of them. They're all over on the Amazon. All right, so we have effectively grayed this up, and I'm probably gonna, you know what? I want to do some painting on the gums and stuff. Let's get that. Let's get the mouth palette painted. Mouth palette painted. I'm not going to use this magenta straight. I'm actually going to add some gray to it. You have a hard positive or a negative silicone mold. You cast in resin, and I want to cast things out of neoprene now. Since you're casting out of neoprene, you need a plaster mold. Got it? So if you have a hard positive, you make a, all right, there's two different techniques. For your things you have a hard positive of, all right? You're going to make a silicone mold of that. Make a silicone mold of the hard positive. And then remove that mold, take your positive out, and then you will get a clay like Monster Clay, which you can melt down in a crock pot. I have a crock pot right up there on that shelf that I use for melting down Monster Clay. And you fill that mold with liquid Monster Clay. Let it cool all the way, put it in the freezer for a night or two, whatever you got to do. And then when it cools down, you have a hard clay version. You can take that silicone mold off of it, and then you can mold it with plaster, just like you would a mask. Then you have your plaster mold for your neoprene pieces. Now, if you have a negative silicone mold, you can do the exact same thing. It's not two different processes, except you already have the silicone mold to fill with Monster Clay. So then you would just fill with Monster Clay, take the silicone mold off, mold in plaster. I hope that answers your questions. Just use Monster Clay. Cool. So now I've made this kind of a gray magenta color. And I'm doing the roof of the mouth, and the gums in. Well, that shadow really makes it look different. Really good. All right. Let's do this. Okay, so that's a two-part question. How long did it take you to have a known name in the haunt and costuming industry, Alan? And, or, when did you feel you could call this your legitimate career? Those are two questions, and they actually kind of have two different answers. Easy question first. Yes, I have used rubber cement paint for masks. I don't like its shelf life. It just doesn't last that long. So I can't store it on a shelf. I come back to it in a month, it's hard. It hardened up. It's not a long-term solution. Forrest, don't eat my garbage bags. That is the box I gave you. Thank you. Okay, sorry. So, how long did it take? I don't know that I have a name in the business. I don't know. I mean, I guess most haunted house people know me, and I'm active. So, if there is a show that I can teach at, I go teach at it. If there is a platform for me to talk about haunting, then I do it. YouTube, Facebook, whatever. And I think just over years of doing it, some people know who I am now. I don't know that I'm a big deal. I don't think I'm a big deal. I guess I'm kind of a known name, but I've been very consistent for years and years. So probably, how long did it take me? Let's say I started in the haunt scene at 18, 5 years. But it's easier now because it's easier because of social media. But 5 years. That's let's just say that. And I think I had a decent product that kept getting better over time. And I'm out there. I work very hard. I don't say that a lot, but I'm working a lot of the time. Whether I work hard or not doesn't matter. I spend a lot of time working, whether it's working hard or not. Right now I'm working. Am I working hard? No. Second part of that, when did I know it was going to be a legitimate career choice? I just did it. I mean, it doesn't, that question barely computes because it's what I was going to do. Legitimate or not, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm going to do for a living. If I need to make, at one point in time, I knew I needed to make about $30,000 a year. That's what I needed to make to have the style of life that I wanted and to be able to afford to go to the shows and things that I wanted to go to. I knew that I would need to have some part in a small haunted house that made me $10,000 a year. I knew I needed to have, I needed to be able to make $10,000 in sales for costumes and masks throughout the year. That gets me $20,000. And then I needed something else that made me another $10,000, which happened to be Renaissance Festival stuff and a monster museum and a contract to walk stilts and entertain at Renaissance festivals. So those three things got me where I needed to be. As one picked up, I would let the other one slack a little bit. If I was still on that, though, I'd have a real rough time this year. But you just adjust, and I would do something. You keep doing stuff. It doesn't matter if it's a legitimate career goal or not. You find a way to make it work. Now, not all of that work is costume stuff. Not all of that work is costume stuff. That is what I do the most at my home because I enjoy it. If I only could do one thing, I'd make masks. You know, that's what or haunt act. But you can't haunt act every night, and there's just not as much money in it. But I can stay in the industry by making costumes and things. I have to take this box away from my dogs. And give them this sacrificial box. Here you go, bud. All right. So it doesn't matter if that career is legitimate or not. That's what I chose to do. It's what I'm going to do. Doesn't mean all of my money will come from that, but you'll start by doing something, and it'll be a percentage of your income, and then just keep upping that percentage by getting better at what you do. Now I have to rewind the comments. I know I missed the questions. Hello, Glenn. Hopefully that you and your mother-in-law get along. It did take a little while for my mother-in-law to understand that I was an artist. She kept sending me job postings for like, oh, this police force is hiring, this fire department is hiring. You should go do that. And you know, it's kind of like I already have a job, thank you. But her whole family was a fire department family. That's what she knew. So, you know, she thought I should have that too. And that ended when my father-in-law one day said, have you ever Googled your son-in-law? Because apparently my name pops up a lot on haunted house Google stuff. And that's what convinced him, okay, in his industry that I don't really understand, he's doing well. And that, now I don't get that anymore. Now they ask about, you know, what costumes have you sold? They ask those kind of things. I have not seen your Piggin yet. I've not seen Piggin 2 or how you painted it. Can you tag me in it, and where did you post that? Psycho, I hope I answered your question on contact cement. on rubber cement paint for masks. I think I did. People mold monster clay in with hydrocal all the time, so you should be fine getting that out of there. I hate using it. I use Pledge as a release. Use Pledge as a release. That makes it easier, but I hate pulling oil-based clay at all out of a mold. But that's the kind you can melt down and put into a mold that way, so you're kind of stuck. It will not affect the neoprene. I suppose many haunters do use my techniques. Yes. I do not look great for being 23. SC/99/YC19. May you call me. Right now, my phone is here. This is my phone, all right? My phone is the camera. You cannot call me while I am live. But I'm pretty easy to contact. If you would go to the Stiltby Studios website, you can send me an email with your phone number in it, and then I will give you a call back as soon as I have time. I try to be a very helpful person. I don't think I'm a big deal, Scott, but thank you. I just try to be approachable because there was a mystery around a lot of what I did. Not that I put there, but it's just it's a mystery. And I try to not have those secrets and be approachable so people can ask. Can I use craft paint for a mask or a prop? Not straight. You want to mix some latex in with it, or there is a kind of paint you can buy at Hobby Lobby and Michael's called Createx. And Createx paint has latex in it. That's the tex on the end. So you can use Createx on masks. It's not as flexible as the mask paint that I make, but it is pretty good. Nightmare Fuel, you're back from taking a walk. Very good. Well, I'm back on the werewolf, but now I'm painting him. I'm just trying to catch up on comments. And you missed me making a buck for the Gravedigger mold by pouring in foam, but I'm back on the werewolf now. I'm going to get caught up here, I can feel it. Yes, I think a fireworks stand is a good idea to offset those costs. That's again, it's another seasonal application that you can do with your haunt property to make money. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. Several haunts that I know do that. I prefer performing. I want to be dressed up like a wolf man. I want to scare the crap out of people. That's what I want out of life. Lisa, thank you. That's very kind. Stacy, I try to keep broadening my skill base. There are some avenues that I wouldn't say I've closed them off, but I know if I go down that road too far, I become too specialized. It was a very cool thing, knowledge. And, people are this smart, they have this much general knowledge. Some people are smarter and they have a bigger circle of general knowledge. Some people get a PhD. When you get a PhD in something, that doesn't mean your circle of knowledge is bigger. What it means is there's a bump on your circle. And in that field, in that area of study, you have more knowledge. And I want to kind of grow that circle and apply everything that I learn to what I do. Because if I'm watching a documentary on the packaging industry, you bet there's things that I can learn in that documentary on the packaging industry that I can apply to what I make, that I can apply to haunt crafting in some way. So I'm just always listening for those kind of things. Yes, Justin, I am monetized on YouTube, and I do make a small income from YouTube. Yes. Going in depth it's important for you to understand it. Well, some people can watch one of those sped up 2-minute videos and get it. And other people, they want a 20-minute explanation of something step by step, and only fast forward to some part. And that's what I try to do. Someone just thanked Shannon. I don't know. Okay. Thank you. I think my phone has a good image also. I mean, it is a Samsung Galaxy Note 10 or 8. I don't know. It's a Samsung Galaxy Note something. I use Monster Clay if I'm going to make a silicone mold of it. The necklaces that we make for accessories, I sculpt those in Monster Clay, and then I make a silicone mold for those, so it's easy to get off the Monster Clay. That's what I use Monster Clay for. Anything I want to make a silicone mold for. If I was going to do separate teeth for this werewolf, let's say, I might sculpt them in Monster Clay, make a silicone mold, and pour them up in resin. You are Spastic Pug, you are one letter off. It is Createx, not Creotex. Createx. That's the paint that I mentioned. Yes, Scott helped you out. You may, you know what? No, my wife is working tomorrow. She has to work tomorrow night. So you'll have to just sing happy birthday to her sometime this evening. When she gets done in there, she is going to help me over here. Let's get back to our werewolf because, hallelujah, I'm caught up. Thank you, Scott, for all your help with the links and the email. I kind of feel like that was maybe 1999 again because it was something 19, something 99. And I missed a lot of that because I was in the middle of doing foam. There seemed to be a lot of God talk happening. But we'll find that out. You're getting told happy birthday Eve, honey. She says, thank you. This is a sweet crowd. Whoever is thinking about a career in this industry, be flexible. You're not going to be doing haunted house stuff all the time, and that's okay. And a lot of people who make puppets professionally also reupholster furniture because they're used to stretching fabric over foam. They get, they at that point always have foam on hand for their puppet making, and some industries go hand in hand. A lot of people who make masks, they might also end up doing plaster castings for. One of the things I did for a very short period of time was I would go into old homes and I would make silicone molds of some of the wooden trim and make them resin pieces, because in an old house you might have a thing over the door that broke, and then there's not a craftsman who does that really anymore. You can't buy that exact one, so we would mold the one side and put it on the other. Yes, wives get birth weeks. That's absolutely true. I arranged for my wife's birthday to be off of work for several months, just to celebrate Shannon's birthday. I'm sure she appreciates that. You paint chevelles and jam stuff on spears. There you go. Yeah, the Createx does airbrush pretty well. Where's the best place to order upholstery foam roll? From an upholstery supply shop. Look for a company that does. I can't tell you because I'm in the Dallas area and I have places here, but shipping it is murder. You know, it's very expensive to ship. So find one near you. Every big city has a upholstery supply shop. So I know where I order from, but the way I found them was I went to yellowpages.com. A lot of these industrial companies are not hip with their websites, okay? Go to yellowpages.com or get an actual phone book. They still make those. And look up upholstery supply company. Not a reupholstery place, but an upholstery supply company. They're out there. My wife wants to know if you have made a spider mask with legs and all. Where your whole head is a spider? No, I have not. I've only made a mask where your head is that was my dog, where your head is a spider head. And then I made the rest of the body. But I've made a spider costume with legs and all, yes. Okay, so I'm going to put a little bit of this color under the eyes. I've got a different brush for that. Now I'm going to grab some blue paint because I want a little more blue in that color. I think that'll go good with this gray Werewolf. And I don't use blue a lot. Yeah, that's getting a little more purple, and I like that. Yeah, the sofa foam, I mean, that's good stuff for puppets, it's good for costuming, it's just good foam. I order it by the 150-foot roll. And I use it when I make my snowman costumes. And, you know, making a snowman costume, I do make scary snowmen for haunted houses. But I was starting this year, I just made a separate head for my snowman. That's a happy snowman. He's smiling. And he is perfectly acceptable for family Christmas events. I'm still making costumes. It's just for a more family-friendly audience. That's okay. I don't want that to be my main thing, but if it helps me pick up another $5,000 or $6,000 throughout the year, then great. Okay, let's see a little bit of that around the eyes. Just helps make that eye stand out a little bit more. I'm not going to bother blackening the nose right now. Big dog, your liver couldn't take it. You knocked it out, wife? Good job. And I'm not sure you should drink and homeschool, Ezekiel. That's my wife. Okay, so this guy has a little bit of a booger on this werewolf tooth. I'm going to trim it up. I wasn't worried about it when I painted it. And it happens all the time.
Hungry?
The little, because this mold, there's just a booger on it, you know?
Hungry?
Boy, they're excited about dinner. I don't blame them. I too am excited about dinner. I'm just cutting that little air bubble off, that little bump. So that presents a good, smooth look. Got a little bit of latex on my... Yeah, the teeth are pink right now. They're going to be... Okay, so I'm getting a message here. Hang on. There we go. Criminy. I had like 70 messages. Who knows? Do I have a booger? Okay, anyway. Yes. I did have a message. I don't know if it was from 1999, because everybody has different names. Okay. Great. All right, and I need, a dab of latex. Right back. This is very thick latex from mold drippings when I poured up masks earlier today. So this will patch this tooth right up. Beautiful. All right. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't know, man. I was engaged in foam when he showed up, so I was not able to work on that or talk to him. You know what? If somebody is troubled, I would rather help them than mock them if I'm able. I'm not exactly Captain Compassion. Stacy can tell you that. But I think I'm getting better with age with being compassionate. And, you know, if somebody is posting like that, they might be going through some stuff. And you have to kind of help them out. Or let them know, hey, I think you're just going through some stuff. Yeah, my DNA is all over every place, okay? The amount of places that my DNA shows up will probably surprise folks. I want to clean this off with some alcohol because it's dirty. Dirty, dirty, dirty. And it's dirty simply because it, you know, I made it a while ago. I'm going to get that dust off of it so that paint will stick. Yes, it is good. I do make fun of Stacy for being compassionate. But you know what? I learned a lot from her. So, it's good. Now, it seems like I'm putting a lot of 99% alcohol on here, and I am. But it's going to evaporate pretty quick, and it's just going to let me get in here and clean up this so paint will stick. The shop, I'm always spraying stuff and things get dusty, and those masks are kind of stopping you from seeing it, but I'm making a wet black thing dry, so it's not like you're missing a lot. I'll get there. Yeah, you know what though? I wouldn't mind having the conversation with him about why it's ungodly. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I very much feel like God chose me to do exactly what I'm doing. I am on a path that I was set on for sure. So I just can't believe that what I do is ungodly. And I try to help people every step of the way. So I don't understand how it's possible. And if he and I talked about it, I think I would win. You can, but it is a bear. It's far easier to do with a Dremel for it. But you can use a finer grit sandpaper, but it's better if your mask is foam filled, because it just moves around so much. You really got to hold it and go. The foam sanding blocks, I like those. They work pretty good. Because I need to dry brush this the same way that we dry brush that mask. So I have to get all of this purple off. Beat the devil out of it. Not a stupid question at all. I have used it. I have used the drywall mud. It holds up fine to being sculpted. I'm a fast sculptor, so I did it all before it dried. And if you can look up drywall joint compound sculpture, there's a lot of artists who do trees and mountain scenes on walls with it. So I mean, I've used it. It holds up fine. I haven't tried to go back and do a lot of sanding with it. Is the Fishman blank not on there? We'll have one on up in a couple days. If there's not a Fishman, the blanks we're just kind of adding as we go. So I'll pour up a Fishman and we can add that blank. Yeah, I mean, art is something that it's part of, it wasn't an option of what to do, it's what I did. It was never an option like, oh, I didn't pick, I'm going to be a monster-making artist one day. No, I just did it. You know, I didn't have all this stuff laid out and then say, oh, that's the choice that I'll make. No, I just had to do it. I think I'll always do this, but you know, I never speak in absolutes. I almost never speak in absolutes because so many things are variable and change. And change with it. Change with it. Be flexible. If you're going to haunt, you got to be flexible. So I'm missing my cast of Dark Hour. That sounds a little weird, but everybody's a little at home right now, and they're getting a little stir crazy. I just think social interaction is nice, but I also don't want to. I don't want to rush anything. Nor do I want to talk about the current social situations the world is having on my channel. But I miss my cast, and I miss seeing the workers at Dark Hour every day. I miss their faces. I miss their interests, and I miss their different viewpoints. One piece of business advice that I will give is surround yourself with smart people who disagree with you. That advice has served me very well. Surround yourself with smart people who disagree with you. Now I'll go in a little bit lighter to catch that up. This is the lighter of the, and I'm going to add a little white to that even. Justin, it is too early to even work on that. I'm going to be honest with you. It's too early to work on the precautions and the plans for October, because the situation is changing daily. We don't know when things are going to go back to normal. We don't know if it's going to go back to a pre-COVID normal, or if there's going to be a new normal, or what that is. So we're evolving. If it turns out that it was all overblown, and they were, because we didn't have near this amount for swine flu when it happened, but swine flu changed my life. It changed the world because it killed Scarborough Fair for a year, and it just hasn't. It never recovered from that year of swine flu. The kids' days especially. It used to be I would do very well on that event, and I don't know if this is. I don't know what lasting effects this will have on society. I don't know what people are going to accept. I still feel weird wearing a mask. You know, I feel like I'm gonna rob a place. I still feel weird wearing a mask, and I think a lot of people do. It's not part of our culture yet. So, I don't know. It's just too early to tell. The information, I don't want to do a lot of work right now, and then all the information changes, and then none of that work is valid. So what am I doing? I'm building things for the show. I'm making cool stuff I can put in my haunt, like a shark mask, like a costume, like a mer creature costume. I'm working on Dark Hour stuff right now, but I'm not working on my precautions, because what are they? Those are decisions, and you can make decisions quickly and effectively if you have the confidence to not second guess yourself. And then all you have to do is make sure that the equipment you need to back up those decisions is available. So probably in early August, I will formulate the 100% solid plan of what Dark Hour is actually going to do. But this could be a rebellion the other way. You just don't know. People didn't want to play the song. Radio stations said, let's pull the song when the bodies hit the floor. It was popular before 9/11. 9/11 happened. Radio stations said, let's pull that song. And then it became the #1 requested song because people were so angry, and they wanted to hear angry, let the bodies hit the floor music. So that it's our psyche and how we're going to react. I know this from haunting isn't something I can plan for too far in advance. We just have to see what happens, listen to the experts, and listen to all the experts. You can weigh what they say, and then act accordingly to keep people safe. That's what matters. Not allowed because of wow. Okay. Yes. Numbers. Okay. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I don't speak with an agenda here. I say what I'm thinking in order to get my message across. I don't have an agenda of, this is the message I'm trying to get out. And sometimes I might even conflict as I assess new information. I'm a pretty open-minded old dude in that I'll listen. It won't always change my mind, but sometimes it will. I'll listen. Okay, there we go. We have a tooth. Okay. I'm probably ready to start putting this guy on a head form, and then yeah, so here's our chest, and our chest matches. La la la. Yeah, don't be afraid to change your life in 30 seconds. No. I'm certainly not afraid of change. Not in the least. And having two people can say completely different things, and they can both be right because they both have different viewpoints, and different things are important to them. And that's important for us to remember. I don't want to lose that. And it's very easy to assume I am right. I question myself all the time as to whether or not I'm in the right. One of my favorite bits of things I've ever seen on Facebook or Imager or wherever I saw it was it's the two. And I don't know what it's from. I don't know what it's from originally. It's two Nazi guys, and one of them goes, "Are we the baddies? Are we the bad guys?" It's like, we're all in black, our pins, these are skulls, are we the baddies? Are we the bad guys? And that's the kind of introspection that I do all the time to make sure I'm not a giant butthole, Thanks, Thor, I'm glad you like it. I got this from Asylum Props. Richard Teachout, it's his company. Michael J. Lassiter actually used to work with them. I don't know if he still does or not. But they're very nice people. And they sell busts and bodies and those kind of things. Okay. And it's a nice resin. It's a resin skin that is foam filled. So it's a good piece. Put a werewolf on it. If you like it, then you should have put a wolf on it. On YouTube. But when I saw that, I really thought, hey, that's me, because I'm going to be honest with you. I assess myself in that way all the time. There was a point in my career of scaring people where I had to be like, whoa, wait a minute. And I had to make sure that I wasn't a pedophile. Why? Because I really liked scaring teenage girls. Because they get really scared. But one night I'm going after this group of teenage girls and I'm headed for them and I think, wait a minute, why am I doing this? And you have to do the check and be like, oh, because they scare easy and it's fun, great. But assess yourself all the time and make sure that you're not doing things, with a different reason. Had to make sure.
Are you using the alarm on ALES there?
I am not.
Alexa, set alarm for 27 minutes.
What happens in
27
27?
minutes, starting now.
Cake.
Yes, there's going to be cake. Birthday cake for a wife. Why clean the new countertop? That is an excellent, hey Edson, good to see you on. That's an excellent question because I was painting with magenta paint and now I'm putting hair on the same surface. And we don't want magenta paint on the hair. There's a method to the madness. No, there's no need to rephrase it because I checked and I'm not. That's just how it is. But you have to check yourself and realize, why am I doing things? If you're drinking too much, you have to assess and say, am I an alcoholic? And figure out if you are and then what you do about it.
How do you make your patterns for hoods and fabric cutouts?
Trial and error and error and error. I actually, in my Krampus video, my Krampus series, I show the complete how I lay out my hair and stuff. But normally I'll take a fabric, I do half of the head and I double it, and I'll take a fabric and I'll do the back and I will do one part of the front, and then when the mask is on here, that tells me where my cuts are and things. So it's a process. I'll use a scrap fabric most of the time, and then, yeah. I use a scrap fabric that's thinner, and then I can go from that scrap fabric onto fur and try it once, keep that pattern that I cut out, and then I will put that, if that pattern works, I will either make adjustments or I will put it directly onto a pattern paper.
Okay. I think Werewolf is not scary. Wolfman teeth are pink. It's okay.
They're pink for now. They're not going to stay pink.
Horror Beauty Evil Ted does a good video on pattern making.
Not for, he doesn't do a good video on pattern making for fur for masks. I don't know of anybody else who has one for putting fur on masks. I wish there were others that I could recommend, but I don't know of any. He does good pattern making for EDA from solid objects, but that is not quite the same thing. As I believe she was asking, maybe I got it wrong.
What are you going to do with the, what are you going to do for the ears on the wolf, on the werewolf?
I have ears that I make for them. That is probably our next step. Do you want your ears up, howling style, Axeman, or do you want your ears to be back, which actually looks a little meaner, in my opinion? So meaner, swept back ears, or up ears, howling style, to be more, a little bigger and a little more intimidating.
Spastic Pug, I'm making a chocolate cake.
Chocolate
It
cake.
would be an absolute lie if I did not say.
Wife is great. She makes me chocolate cake.
It's his favorite.
Great. She makes me chocolate cake. Yeah. And I actually went off of my diet for today and tomorrow. I can have some white birthday cake. I can have a slice of pizza, and then I can just go right back on it.
It's up to you, Alan, whatever you think looks best.
Okay.
Alan, what are you making Shannon for her birthday dinner? Yeah!
I'm not, because she's going to work.
That's right, I have to work. So I will be working tomorrow night.
These are 5mm craft foam ears that I cut out, and these are what I put on the werewolf mask for ears. So there's this backing, and they'll have a fur piece on the outside. And I'm just looking now, do I want these ears to go up like that, howling style, which I do love that look, or do I want these ears to go back this way, where the ears are swept back, and actually they do look a little meaner when they're swept back like that. Probably, I think I want to do this way. I just think that's a nice look, and it's going to make him a little bit bigger. I do make hit songs. Thank you for noticing. And wife, you're now handling comments? Okay. It has been a humdinger of a night for comments, I'll tell you what. We've had existential crises. We had
saw that.
someone who was mad at God.
I saw that.
Yeah, I don't know why he's telling me he's mad at God, but, you know, what can I do?
Oh my goodness. Okay. My granddaughter's birthday is tomorrow too. Jerry Collins, way to go, Taurus.
Awesome.
Taurus. I noticed the werewolf didn't have ears. I wanted to make sure you didn't forget it says Nightmare Fuel Studios.
Oh, no. There's a stage where ears come into play, and I make this without ears so that I can vary up the look. If I have 5 werewolves in a row that I made, they can all look completely different because they're going to have different ears and different positions and shapes, and they could have different colored hair and different colored skin. So not putting ears on here was a very purposeful plan to make them different.
Alright. Dang, Alan, making those hit songs. Maybe a YouTube Wednesday for furs. How to. Evil Ed has great EDA patterns. Evil Ted. Let's see. So you did very well tonight, Alan.
Why? Thank you.
I have started using Alan as a test for my decisions. What would Alan do here? Or how would Alan react? I like his in this good for the industry stance. That's very nice, Justin.
I do want what's best for the industry. I want haunted houses to be better. I want haunted house people to be as good as they can be.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Scott. Let's do it. Thank you, Amy. Edson.
Edson and I talk Beetlejuice sometimes.
Talk what?
Beetlejuice.
That
All
would
right.
make a great shirt. What would Alan do?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't.
Oh, so much pressure.
Because he would punch a bear, and that's just not a good decision.
He jumps in a cold swimming pool
I do.
almost daily.
I do. The swimming pool, it's too cold to swim in.
It's too cold.
But I cannot help it. I jump in
He
anyway.
keeps jumping in. It's
And
terrible.
I spend 4 or 5 minutes in the pool shivering, hating myself, and then I get out and get hot.
People would assume it was Tim Allen or something. That is possible. Tim Allen, Tim Toolman.
Okay, so we're putting, anywhere I might want to put those ears, I have put contact cement up there. Doesn't hurt my feelings that there's contact cement up there.
Psycho Axeman. I'd buy that shirt. This guy has so many t-shirts. I will tell you guys right now that he will have to make the hard decision of filtering out old t-shirts before any more can be purchased because there's no more room.
So what's funny is, at dark hour, it is not at all uncommon for me to come in with a garbage bag of t-shirts for the crew and say, just take whatever you want, I have to get rid of the rest of them. And you know, sometimes they're work shirts and they've got latex on them or whatever. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're nicer. But I have to cull the herd a little bit.
I turned all of my old haunt shirts into a blanket. Ezekiel, he has 3 space bags full of sentimental t-shirts he refuses to give up,
Yeah.
which will make 3 king-size quilts if we ever find someone who will make it.
And most of them are haunts I worked at, and that's why I kept it.
Refuses to give them up. Tim Allen's a nice guy. I like Tim Allen too.
I like Tim Allen's comedy. I don't know him personally to know if he's a nice guy or not.
Must be popular because two Lowe's and Home Depot here are out of Lava's contact cement.
Wow.
Now you need to try coming up north for the polar plunge. Oh my God, those are crazy people. You know what the polar plunge is? Honey?
I do know what the polar plunge is.
Yeah, I don't know if Stacy would make the quilt. You know what? I'll have to ask Stacy.
She's on.
Stacy, do you make quilts out of t-shirts? I have money for you.
Quilting is it's a specific skill.
It is. It's like baking.
Yeah, it's not like everybody who can sew can make quilts.
Stacy, I'm gonna employ her. Seriously,
Dude,
these are bags and bags and
Yeah.
bags, and he won't give them up, but he can't wear them because they're falling apart.
it's not make me one. I think it's make me three.
It's about 3. I'm not kidding.
I will pay you the monies.
I did the polar plunge in Sweden. I think some of my body parts are still there.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot of bags. I am making a runner's shirt quilt.
Cool. I ran once. It was terrible.
Thank you, Stacy. I've only made pillows out of t-shirts.
I don't need that many pillows. Like, what am I going to do with 150 pillows?
No, but you need quilts. Because you're big on quilts. You like the
Oh, I love quilts. And I could get like 75 shirts a year, you know, if I'm not careful. Okay, that's a nice ear. It's going to make it really big. And just when you're coming at you, I love those howling style big ears. And now I'm able to put, we'll do a dry fit.
So there was a good response about the green t-shirts.
There did appear to be a good response about green shirts.
Because I'm talking to Haunt shirts about it.
Okay.
Polar plunge every year. That is incredible that people do that. But it looks hilarious.
None of you mispronounced the word insane.
It looks hilarious, but oh my goodness. If you want someone closer to do your local Christmas crafts bazaar, there is usually someone there that makes them, or at least always is here. Thank you all. I think we will certainly go with Stacy. I'm making a Halloween quilt right now. Gotta talk to Haunt shirts about doing some of Haunt. You should do, Stacy. I think those would go well. Is this Psycho X-Man's?
Yes, this is Psycho Axeman's now mask, not a bust. And this is actually I'm gonna do the fur like normal, and then I will do gray hair on it also.
I spent a lot of time making crappy sculptures. This made me be better at painting. Now my sculpture is better, so I find myself making some really cool stuff. Justin.
Good. I spent a lot of time making crappy sculptures. I really did. I bet the first 1,000 masks I made were not great. The ears were foamed in. I mean, I spent way too long making crappy sculptures. And it took a bit. And it took me assessing myself and saying, you know what, this isn't what I want to do. It's not what I want to be known for. I don't want to just make a mask. I kind of want to make a good one. And that's hard to do, I find. It's hard to say that my work isn't good. I have to get better.
This werewolf is not going on a helmet or a sock mask?
No, this werewolf is a moving jaw werewolf mask, so I want that to remain. I want that to remain how it's done. So I am setting it up like I do my normal moving jaw werewolf masks. And there will be a little bit of finagling, but there always is wherever I put the ears. That changes some things. And this is a one-off. This isn't a, I ordered the moving jaw werewolf off the website. Why is it different? And the customer is watching, so it's actually, you know, I'm able to do some different things that I don't normally do. One of the things that you have to do as a mask maker is be consistent, because if I have a product on the website, it had better go out looking like that. This is not a product from the website. It's a custom order. Who lived in a neighboring town?
Sorry?
Well, I comment, Horror Beauty, she lived in a...
They're talking about Tim Allen.
Oh,
I want to get into airbrushing. Would you recommend one from Harbor Freight or a $60 setup?
start with one from Harbor Freight. What if you don't like it? And the Harbor Freight airbrushes work just fine. I will be right back, guys. Can I borrow that chair for a moment?
Yes.
I got to crack my back.
Oh,
Hunched up. I'm hunched up.
So we just fed the puppies, and I'm gonna have to video at some point the ritual of feeding the houndies, because they seriously lose their mind at dinner time, and then afterwards there's a burst of recharge in which I'm surprised they haven't come flying through this door. They are getting bigger by the day. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Ish. Okay, so what I'm waiting for now is I'm waiting for the foam, the contact cement to dry. Take some Tylenol from my package. Well, I'm seeing a lot of comments and stuff pop up.
There's also a lot of everybody's they're talking about Tim Allen. But I don't let me do this. See, Spastic Pug, I actually started a Tim Allen fan club. My son just asked me if it was just me or has Allen shrunken. Great job on the weight loss, champ.
Hallelujah.
Ezekiel.
Thank you. I have shrunken, and I want to keep shrunkening.
So maybe we could watch one of Allen's videos, number 2 or number 4. That's a big dog.
Yeah.
Yes, Locke, they're huge. Last year I used a JBL speaker in costume run by my phone. Sound puts out a great element to a costume. That's Tutworks Studios.
Yes, it certainly does.
Do you make masks for Woods of Terror in Greensboro, North Carolina?
I have made some for Woods of Terror, and Mr. Jimmy, who is on, also makes some for Woods of Terror, as he is local to them.
He is forever asking for that chair. That is true, Hard Beauty.
That chair, it hits my back at just the right spot where I can lean back and crack my back on it. So that's why I just need to sit down for 5 seconds, crack my back, and get right back up.
Psycho says, got back problems too? It's horrible when it backs up.
Yes.
Bearded Wolf looks great.
Hey, thanks.
Why did you put the last werewolf on the foam helmet?
Because I used a different kind of hair exclusively for that werewolf. I didn't use some of a different kind of hair. I only used the other kind of hair for it.
What size foam is the ears?
It's 5mm foam.
Wow, that looks stellar. Just got reminded of the trailer for The Incredible Shrinking Man that convinced me to get a digital copy because I thought Orson Welles was in it. It's fast. What about Spooky Woods in Greensboro, North Carolina? My dad is good friends with Eddie, the owner of Woods of Terror.
Spooky Woods has ordered some things from me, but I don't think in the past couple years they have.
You have friends with Eddie too?
Yeah.
Hey, Ryan Visengard. Hi, Ryan.
Ryan, he's up in that neck of the woods too.
Ryan is Monster Camp 1.
That's right.
Alan, will you ever grow your hair out again like you were doing at the Renaissance Fair?
It's possible. Let's see how long this quarantine lasts. It's certainly possible.
On the green shirts, what is the largest they can be ordered? Like more than 3X?
I bet they can do 5X.
I think so. You know what? The first time we did shirts, we did an XL, 2X, and 3X.
Yeah.
And the small and medium and large folks were so irritated. You know, I was just going on big shirts. So I will see Linda so that we can see what kind of span of sizes we can get. Because I mean, you just run the gauntlet. Everybody's got a different size they like. So we'll see what I can find out. 2X long would be awesome, says Ezekiel. I know this much. I know they're super soft. Super comfy.
Drying it off. It looks like some kind of a weird mole right now. There's no hair up on his head. That's a very interesting look.
Jamie, 3X is my favorite. Got you covered, Jamie. How many shirts would you suggest if you were expecting about 10,000 people your first year? That's a good question.
400 t-shirts. 400 t-shirts if you're expecting 10,000 people.
He's eating some cotton candy.
So I would probably go with a 500 or 600 t-shirt deal so you have shirts for your staff.
Horror Beauty, why are you screwed?
Yeah, we'll get largest.
No, Horror Beauty, what I'm saying is that the first time we ever ordered, and they were gray shirts, which we still have, we got medium. We didn't get any of those smaller sizes, but
Yeah.
we've stopped doing that now. We do small to 3X, but we might go larger too if there's a need for it.
Zachary, this is for a customer. This is for Psycho Axeman, who is watching right now. He ordered this mask.
So when you blood it up, can you make it look like he ripped a person's throat out? Psycho Axeman making a request.
Well, I could put that much blood in it. Yeah, I can blood the hell out of it.
Scott Creighton. So quote on the back of the green shirt option, what would Alan do? I'm your friend, not your smart friend. Go make stuff.
Those are all valid options.
I think we'll probably stick with go make stuff, Scott. Plan on the shirts and some patches too. How are y'all holding up with the quarantine?
We're okay. I mean, we live in a log cabin in the woods, so we have some quarantine advantages that I think not everybody has.
Like we're accustomed to stocking up because we're away from everything.
Yeah, I mean, a trip into town is quite the adventure for us. So that is something. But I mean, we're okay. We're okay. Neither one of us is sick. We don't have any symptoms. That's what matters. We have internet.
Yeah.
I have a wonderful group of friends to speak with on YouTube all the time. We're live most nights of the week. I'm afraid to set a schedule to it because those are always really hard to stick to. But
I have one of
see how that's
those.
coming together? And that fur just went up in here. Come a little bit closer.
I have one of those Husky Boy size gray Still Piece t-shirts. Third Degree of Terror. We are filtering those out. They never sold like we thought they would.
Yeah.
Everybody wants black.
They want black.
They want black.
I understand.
The way that hair is on the wolf head could make an interesting bloody werewolf.
Yeah, I know. When it was back here and the crown was all bald. Yeah, I like that look too. I was looking at that.
Well, I missed a lot. What happened since the buck?
I made this since the buck. We painted the werewolf. We're hairing the werewolf.
No, Horror Beauty. We have small, medium, and large now. I learned my lesson.
We do that smaller size.
I only that first go round. I did not order small, medium, large, and I heard it. I got between the eyes. Everybody was upset. My 2-year-old daughter had a scare. Turns up it was the stomach virus. Very good. Good to hear. I'm not
Yeah.
so happy with the stomach virus, but glad that's all it was.
I'm glad it was a stomach virus. It builds character.
I was happy today I found toilet paper.
Hooray! Small victories, friends. Small victories.
Did you do the pattern for the fur on a previous video? Thanks for answering the questions, and if I forgot to say please before, I'm sorry.
I actually have. I think I did this pattern on a video because, well, I do a lot of things on video. Let's be clear.
TP orders should use an outhouse. Yes, I will never only order 3 sizes again. From now on, it's the full range.
And I think that was my idea. I'm like, nobody's tiny. Come on now.
Boy, we heard that. Alan, what did you guys ever do with the suit from Deadly Species that you almost drowned in? I was talking to John, and he was cracking up the whole time, cracking up at the whole making of the film. Good times.
Who was that?
Ryan Bisengard.
Oh, I don't know where it ended up. I don't know where it ended up. I did not hang on to it. I didn't keep it afterwards. Wampus cats and heffigators. The writer of that I'm actually still very good friends with. And it's one of my very few forays into movie stuff. And it really helped me figure out I don't like it.
Oh,
Let there be cake.
Alexa, stop. Grab a cake.
Trimming up from one side to the other. Because I'm going to go in now with gray hair. We put in gray hair. But first I have to do the back of the ears. Let's do those first. Have I ever considered writing a book? Hang on, let's go back because we missed some stuff. Okay, dark hour. No, we just didn't get enough sales on the website to maintain it. So when every now and then we would sell a T-shirt, it would be like, well, crap. Now we got to get envelopes. Now we got because they did not sell enough online. Most of our shirt sales are at the show. So no, we don't sell those things online really. Yeah, put it on the news. It builds character. It's good for them. And there we go. Have I ever considered writing a book? I got an email one day. I accidentally wrote a book once. I got an email saying, hey, by the way, you wrote a book. I'm like, what? They had taken all of my posts from a haunted house forum where I answered questions and organized it and printed it, and that is the ebook that I sell on my website. But yes, I have considered writing a book. There are, of course, there's a standard haunted house book that I wouldn't mind writing, but I also have been having thoughts about writing a book about personal empowerment and personal growth and having a positive attitude and just how to empower yourself. I thought about writing a book on that, just a personal growth book from a monster. I thought might not be a bad idea, but I haven't actually done it, and that is the hard part of writing a book. Ideas are cheap and easy. Dark hour t-shirts. What I normally do is I bring dark hour t-shirts when I go to Trans World, when I go to Midwest Haunters. I'll bring dark hour t-shirts with me and sell them in my booth. So if you want a dark hour shirt, you're going to MHC, Midwest Haunters Convention, or Trans World, then let me know ahead of time and I'll make sure I bring some shirts.
Cake.
Let them cake.
Okay.
Pattern done quick and you just eyeballed it. Okay. Well, and I probably did it during Werewolf Palooza. Yes. I also want cake.
Where are you?
One clay that I used for the sculpt, I used water-based clay. For pattern making, thank you, Scott Coldheart. You're awesome. And
Puppies are in fine form.
we're caught up. The dogs have eaten, and now they're going kind of nuts.
They feel awesome.
So if you want to see some doggos go nutsos, they're right here.
Chocolate cake,
Cheney.
chocolate fudge icing, 2 layers of chocolate.
Oh, doggos. These are doggos. Oh, this is the invitation to get on me.
Drink.
Ah. 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 Okay. All right. Better? You can bite me? What did I do to you? Cheney is trying to bring something huge through the dog door.
Come on. What you got?
I don't know if you can see him. But he had a
He has
box.
Something in his mouth.
He has a cardboard box that we gave him. I hope we gave it to him.
You didn't give it to him. You took it out of it.
Boris is consulting, saying, hey, I don't think you can do it. All right, let's open this up. Jamie, do you want to bring that box in?
No.
Boris is getting it. No, he took it that way. He took your box.
Go on. Go see.
That jerk stole my box.
Go get it.
All right, that's a good boy. That's a good boy. Okay. I don't give you a lot of attention while I'm working. I know.
There's your boy, big dog.
I know. All right, back to work.
Okay.
Not that my dogs have to, but never a bad idea to disinfect it yourself.
What's the puppy personalities? Is Cheney the smart one?
He's
He's the professor.
I think he is the smart one. I hate to say that. Bella is not the smart one. She is not the smart one. And Boris is not the smart one. So in that sense, Cheney is the smart one.
Mrs. Big Dog still wants Cheney.
Well, he is a lovely boy, but he is our boy.
Ezekiel, Bella is, she's the devil.
She is the devil.
She's the devil. She's very flirty and lovey-dovey, but she is rotten. And Boris is the jealous lover. If you pet her, you better pet him twice. He is also the biggest, but I think he's a kind of like a cowardly lion. He also gets a little scared. But Cheney is the professor. He thinks things out. He's very Pyrenees. Oh boy, oh boy. She's my sweet devil baby. Yes, Stacy.
Devil baby.
She is the devil. My dad pal has 3 dogs, Zippy, Tucker, and Pooh.
We got 3 dogs because
At one time.
at one time, the last set of dogs we had, we ended up with Wendigo and Spitz. And originally it was Spitz and Klondike. And Klondike died of canine distemper days, right?
3 days after.
3 days after we got him. We didn't know that, and the vet said, you know, you're probably going to lose Spitz too, because it's rare that just one has it. They probably both have it. And but Spitz never had it, and he pulled through. And then we had this time period where we had one dog, one puppy, for just a couple months. And because we, just in case he had it, we had to keep him in quarantine. Now I can relate. And so we had to wait 2 months to get another dog. And we did. And that's when we got Wendigo, the Great Pyrenees. And then they were very good buddies for many, many years. And one passed away, and we kept the other. Well, of course, we kept a family member, but we had Wendigo for 2 years.
Oh no, we lost Spitzy in 2015. We lost Wendigo in 2019.
So 4 years, we had one dog. And you know, what I don't like about that is that they need friends. You know, when we're going to work, and I work a lot. Shannon's no slouch in the work department. It's you know, we're gone, and I would rather them have a buddy to play with. So just in case something happened to one of our dogs, I want us to have 2 dogs still.
Plus you couldn't choose. That was me.
What is HOS, Zachary?
House of Shop.
Okay. Oh, Hallow Scream. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I understand that, Plastic Ninja. I understand it. It's terrible. But I get it. I mean, they have to do what's best for the community at large. This point is the same.
I like the way that flag is outlined. He's got an outline, put it out.
Well, it's actually going to go away because I'm going to do the long fur over it.
Right. It just
But-
looks good. It's a neat look right now.
Yeah, but I airbrushed that hairline too.
What were greats bred to do? Great Pyrenees?
Great Pyrenees are livestock guardians. They guard livestock, primarily sheep, and keep them safe.
They also do not mind.
They also what?
Don't mind.
Well, yeah, because they're bred to be very independent. Because you're going to leave them out in the field, and you're leaving them in the care of the dog, really. So they're independent. They make their own choices. So yeah, they don't really listen that well because they have their own. It's a little weird that we get 1 thumbs down every show. I wonder who I'm making angry. But you know what?
Yeah, but
Carry
they
on.
went away.
Yeah, sometimes they go away.
It's gone though, Lucky. I don't know. Somebody changed their mind, and I don't know how that works.
I think tonight we're going to get this guy done,
Great.
and then we're going to stop for the night because we started early, and I will probably go get some pizza.
Oh,
Check and see how late they're open because Mr. Hops wants some pizza. And
they close at 9.
was it 9? It is 7:30. We got this. Now we got timed goals, people.
Gotta make sure that's true.
Okay. I'm gonna grab some gray hairs. Get my gray hairs did.
Oh, I had no. It says 9 o'clock.
Okay.
So we're gonna go with it. Okay.
That's good. That's gonna look nice.
John Royce, one thumbs down tonight was me accidentally. I accidentally hit it when I put my phone down to take care of my baby. That's why it went away. I came back and saw it and fixed it. Thank you, John. That's very sweet of you.
Thanks, John, for admitting your guilt.
The other nights.
Okay, so these guys are ready to go on now. When I put these on, I just line up the tips first. Then I pull this hair around here. Now I have a nice furred ear. This fur I get from a company called Monterey Mills. Monterey Mills. I buy it by the roll, and that is a 16-yard roll. And I buy a lot of it. Monterey Mills.
Are the teeth sculpted in or were they added afterwards?
They are sculpted in.
Does the jaw move?
Yes, the jaw moves. It is a moving jaw mask. Okay, we now have hair there, and we're going to add this hair out here to just make it pop a little more and be a little bigger. I am prepping my caulking gun.
Show them how you do that.
They've seen it. I am doing it on camera though.
Did you use the same furring technique on a silicone mask, or is it more ideal to hair punch?
Would this work on a silicone mask? To a degree, yes. Because this silicone would stick, the silicone I'm using now would stick to the silicone mask. You wouldn't use contact cement at all. But silicone masks are the Cadillac of the mask world. And this is the Ford F-150 way of putting hair onto a mask. So you kind of, you want to match like to like in technique. If that makes any sense at all. We're going to do something a little different with this. I'm going to do with this what I did with the Yeti. putting the hair on kind of the wrong direction. And later, we're going to flip it back. That'll hide the hairline, and that will create a very kind of windswept looking werewolf. Monterey Mills, their website's a little confusing. Again, remember the industrial guys aren't that great with website stuff because their company is, you know, was formed in the 1900s. So you're gonna go to their website, you'll put in their craft section, hit that tab, and then you will hit in stock line. It's kind of a mess, but it's worth it. Great product, great price. If you buy it that way, it's about, I think I pay $11.50 a yard.
Emo Wolfman for the moment.
Yes, yes.
Body Geek says, I want a fuchsia werewolf.
Well, okay.
Okay. Right before we got furloughed at Busch Gardens, they had us throw out a bunch of silicone masks, and I died inside a little bit having to do that. Exactly.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, if they're not going to use them anymore, or they rip a little bit, but they're pretty easy to repair. So here I am now. I'm waiting on that a little bit. I can get this up out of the way and then do the hair down here that I want to do.
Rob O'Brien says Karen Day. I was going through Monterey Mills for options with Body Geeks.
Yeah, I mean, they got good stuff on their site. But you got to dig for it, you know? That's not just like a website you would randomly come across.
Flock of Seagulls werewolf.
Looks a little weird now.
All I need now is a nice pimp hat.
Right. Purring ain't easy. Now get that out of the way.
It is chilly in here.
Let's turn this air conditioner off. It's doing a good job.
It is doing a great
I
job.
gotta turn off some air conditioners in here.
It's big. It's a great thing, though, you know.
Yeah, you're cold in the other room. You're hot in the other room. Okay. If I play my cards right, we're only in here for a while.
Wife's cocktail.
We're gonna have a birthday cocktail with wife.
Damn it. We're gonna go get pizza. We're gonna have to hustle.
This looks a little weird right now. I know. I know it looks weird. Just trust me.
Ezekiel, the pizza's more for Alan. The martini is definitely for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there a prop you have always dreamed about building?
That I haven't built, is that the rest of the question?
Or that you haven't built? Yeah, it was, oh, camera. Dogs.
The dogs are wrestling behind the camera, and they folded up the legs of the tripod.
Yes, that you dreamed about making.
No, because I made it. I don't have dreams. I have plans, guys. Dreams are. I don't have dreams. I have plans. It's a matter of how long they take to happen, and what step am I taking right now to make it happen. So if I'm dreaming about making a prop, I've probably made it in rather short order. Because, oh, I did that wrong. So I'll turn it over this way and do it right.
Wow, Tutworks says AC, we are in Maine, 9-inch snowstorm tonight. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Sure, I'm glad I don't live in Maine.
Is this a mask?
Yes, this is a mask. I'm working on it right now on a head form so that I can get all the hair right on it and such. And this will 100% be a mask that people wear on their face.
Thank you, Ezekiel. Does it bother you when you spend too much time painting the mask and realize it didn't need painting in those areas because it gets covered by hair?
No, because every time I'm painting, I'm practicing and I'm learning. So not really. And also, you know, if I paint it more than normal, then I have options, and I try to give myself options. I would rather not. Well, I have to put hair here because I didn't paint it. You know.
That's a werewolf in isolation needs a haircut like the rest of us, Ezekiel.
Yeah. See, I wanted to give him a little bit of a crazier mane than normal.
I am running out of beer for the drinking game. Might have to go to bourbon. Hooray, big dog. That sounds good too.
He ain't messing around.
The pink head behind the mask gives it the old bump on the noggin look from Looney Tunes.
It does, actually. You are correct. Now, let's do a fun herring trick.
Does Alan know if the customer has a mustache?
Psycho Axeman, do you have a mustache? I don't recall that he did in the photo I have seen.
Hello, Alan. The werewolf is looking great from Junkyard Hooligans.
Thank you. Let's see by
Psycho
laying it.
says, nope, a beard.
There you go.
So goofy little girl. Okay, we need to get more tennis balls because they are the toy of choice.
Alright, so here we go. I now have, let me take the camera. Take this broken camera. Does that look weird? I mean, the angle. Yeah. He's got luscious hair. That's what I want.
his mouth get more blood, or will it stay pink?
Oh, I've got to paint his teeth yet, and then he gets blood.
5-year werewolf. I'm jealous of the mask's hair.
As you should be, my friends, as you should be.
Looks good.
What's that?
Looks good.
Thanks. Okay. Never a good angle when you're looking up my nose. So I'm going to grab a heat gun.
What are you using for the blood?
I'm going to use the high gloss medium, which has leather dye in it. Red leather dye in it. Nice, bold blood.
Alan, do you do motorcycles? Because I can see you walking a Harley.
No, I do not.
Hey, Michelle. That looks awesome.
My mother worked in a hospital my whole life. And there was always a poster when I would go and see her in the hospital where she worked. She wasn't sick or anything. And there was a poster that said, "Get your child a motorcycle for their last birthday." And I guess for some reason that poster really stuck with me enough to where it's like, they're not the safest things in the world. And I just never had a bug for it.
Hey, you're pretty good at this stuff. Ever think of doing this professionally?
Maybe one day.
Alan needs a Munster-type car for all his crew.
I have a van that has a wrap for dark hour on it. Okay, see now what the heat gun did is the heat gun trains the hair to lay back. So now when I put it up, the hair shouldn't flop down near as much. And I'm going to spray it and put it back. But I've got this nice big, werewolf hair. I kind of like that.
I've been on a few medical rescue calls with the fire department, motorcycle versus deer that weren't pretty. I don't think it's ever pretty when you hit a deer.
Yeah, I'm just not a motorcycle guy. I mean, I don't mind them. I think everybody, anybody who wants one should have one. It just doesn't happen to be me.
Psycho says that's awesome.
Yeah, isn't it fun? I'm happy with it. I think it has a nice beastly look. So I'm going to put something under it to raise him up a little bit. He's a little low for me to work on. Mr. Bucket. I'll put this up on Mr. Bucket.
Just made me to make sure I always wear a helmet. Would love to see this costume going down the road on a bike. What other kinds of things could you maybe use to make the blood glossy? I'm making a stitched up clown mask and I want him really gory.
One of my favorites is clear silicone caulking from just clear silicone caulk like this. And you can mix oil paint in it with it. And mix that oil paint in and thin it with naphtha. And then you'll have a lovely type of blood to put on. Make it as thin as you want.
You need to raise your camera just a little.
Thank you, wife.
Good
Now we
thing,
paint the teeth.
The werewolf is looking badass now. Gravedigger in the back looks like he's ready to start a fight. I love the hair work. Putting the hair on backwards really did the trick. Looks awesome. I have plans for the Grouch next winter on my 1967 Johnson ski horse snowmobile.
Awesome.
Oh my gosh. We'll have to see that. Don't miss out on your pizza hour.
Well, what time is it now?
It's almost 8.
Okay. I should actually be okay on this.
Oh, I didn't know the silicone With oil paint, thank you. I ride a Harley and I met some of the actors from Sons of Anarchy at a horror movie convention. And they joked on me for never watching the show, so I started watching it during quarantine. That's exactly cute.
Cool. These teeth are meant to interlock. That's how I sculpted them. So I have to actually open the mouth a bit more than normal to get them to not touch. It's very exciting to paint masks for me. This is the part of the process. I know Linda, I think, commented on, we were talking about putting up blanks on the website, and she said, Alan said he doesn't like to do blanks because this takes away the fun part. You're absolutely right. It does take away the fun. The fun to me is finishing and painting and hairing and getting it to turn from into this, you know, raw form, and then make a monster out of it. That's just beautiful.
What colors are you using on the teeth?
White. Right now I'm using Kick Yo Butt White. Just to make it pop. Now it's an off-white. It's a, I can tell you the exact name of it if I had my glasses. It is Nano White. It is Nano White of Glidden Paint from Home Depot. Glidden Paint Nano White. That's the name of it.
Those darn glasses, Connie Pierce.
I went so long without glasses, you know.
You only need them for a few things. You still have your superpowers.
Currently, I have my superpower still, but that could change too. What's really cool about these teeth I'm painting, I know I get to blood the hell out of them in a minute. Like we're talking polar bear, right, Psycho Axe Man? Like polar bear bloody.
It's the glory.
I think I'm going to actually mix up some blood, with some chunks of fun loving stuff to put on here, so it's even thicker. You know, I want like some chunks in there, and I'll do that with silicone.
Connie Pierce says, me too. And then I woke up one day and boom, I couldn't see the fine print to see small things.
That's me. That's where I'm at. That's exactly where I'm at.
Psycho X-Man says, lots of blood. What do you like on your pizza?
Normally I like pepperoni and mushroom. I'm a simple man.
You can see a bloody polar bear in the future with the best mask.
You ain't lying.
With the bear mask.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gotcha, Junkyard. You gonna do a bloody polar bear?
Yes.
Do we have white fur? Yes, we do.
Oh, I have lots of white fur. Do I have white fur? Kind of a guy you think you're dealing with here. So here's a little bit of oil paint. I'll show you guys a little sampling. Pull the cap off of that paint. Nice rich color. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 7:54 p.m. Hope you've had a good weekend.
I have, thank you. Alexa, I hope you have a good weekend.
Thanks. I hope your weekend is the best ever.
Very polite, my Alexa. Put a little more in here. Plastic Ninja, it depends on how many I intend to make. There are companies that I buy from. They are the same companies that provide carnivals with prizes, those companies that I have found at IAPA, so I use those sometimes. And sometimes I, a little bit black in there. Sometimes I just get them at the thrift store. If I'm making 20, then I'm going to order them, you know, through those normal channels. But if I'm making not 20, well,
Pepperoni, jalapenos, and bacon. Sounds good. I just might need one. Where do you get the bears for the stuffed animal mask?
I just answered that maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wanted that to be darker. It wasn't red enough for me.
I went to the DMV to get licensed, flunked the eye test. They gave me a paper one for 30 days. Apparently I can see for a month.
Okay, now that's pretty purple. I'm going to tone it down a little bit more with some red. I got overzealous with my purple paints. Well, if you are nice to your Alexa, Zachary, then she will be nice to you. That is what I have learned.
What is the blood made of?
Okay, so this blood is acrylic. Oh no, it is. Hold on. It is Liquitex Gloss Medium High Gloss. Gloss Medium High Gloss. That is what this blood is. This is going to go on after this goes on.
Hi from London. Fascinating watching.
Awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. That makes me happy that you're enjoying it. I want to go more red. I don't mind it being a little purple. That purple viscera, I don't mind at all. Let's get a little bit of naphtha in there to thin it down.
Is it color now? Is it color now primarily for the gums?
The paint on the mouth is the gum color, but that's all going to get covered in blood. So much blood, it's not even funny. So blood is happening with that.
Ever see Spitting Image? It's a British satire program. Huge puppet caricatures. Ever make something like that?
I've made a lot of puppets. I love puppets. And yes, I actually just recently made a hunchback that is sort of a big puppet caricature. This is odorless mineral spirits. This will also thin the silicone. And I should mix this in a cup at this point. We're just going to see what happens.
The ALEXA in my house is mostly used by my daughter, asking her to play Baby Shark 30 times a day, so no wonder she isn't that nice to me.
Yeah, see, that happens.
Hey Alan, what's the best way to repair a damaged or broken mold?
It depends on what the mold is made of, depends on how it's broken. All of those are factors. So I can't give you the simple, clean answer that you might like because it changes based upon conditions. But I would say put the mold together. If it's a double piece mold, put the mold together, and that'll help hold that piece in place. 5-minute epoxy from the outside. After that has set and dried for a good hour, hour and a half, then I would go in with plaster on the inside.
Plaster in big pieces broken off.
Yeah, so put it together like a teacup with no glue, and then you will glue it together.
I can't find naphtha in California anymore.
No, you cannot. It's illegal in California, and that makes me feel bad for you.
So what is your timetable?
Well,
Because I might just have to go get the pizza myself. And then you can work it and finish how long you can work.
okay, yeah, I mean,
It's 8 o'clock.
if you want to order it at 8:30, they're open till 9, right?
If I ordered it at 8:30, you'd have to leave at 8:30 to get there.
Okay.
So I don't know what your cutoff point is.
What I have to do on this is blood the teeth. Like that's the last bit that I have to do. So, oh, and I gotta paint the inside of the ears. I'm mixing up this blood gunk, which it's thinning. I'm liking that. That's nice.
Besides having photo ops along the way, what are the things you can do for the crowds waiting in line for the haunts to keep them entertained?
Actors. Have quality actors out there who are hitting your people and who are hitting your guests. Not hitting like punching, but entertaining your guests. So, but you can also thin silicone caulk with odorless mineral spirits. And actually, I'm using odorless mineral spirits right now. I'm not actually using naphtha. Normally, I use naphtha, but I wanted to go with odorless mineral spirits this time.
Thank you, Brandon D.
Brandon, thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
He said, hurry up and order and have an extra Coke Zero on me.
Yeah, that's how I roll. That's my drinking problem.
I'm almost always a Q actor. I never get in the house.
I prefer to be in the house, but I also enjoy acting in the queue. I just
Zippo-
prefer in the house.
Would Zippo lighter fluid work too?
Mostly that is naphtha, so it probably would. Second pass of white on the teeth. As soon as this dries, I'm applying blood. Which is gonna change that. And I think I don't really want to airbrush that hairline, really. I like the hairline. I think it looks good. I'm going to hit it with some Hairspray, which is Plastidip Glossifier.
Hey Alan, do you charge more to foam fill?
Yeah, there's a cost for it because it's a materials cost, and it's either going to be $25 extra or it's going to be $50 extra, depending upon how big the piece is I'm foam filling.
What other things could thin silicone?
Odorless mineral spirits, naphtha, and things that are made out of odorless mineral spirits, naphtha. That is it, to my knowledge.
Great work, sir. I hope I can reach your level.
Well, thank you. That was very kind. I have no doubt that you can.
Alan, do you still get in costume and scared?
Absolutely, as often as possible.
I think I enjoy being inside the house a little more, but I also end up outside with a more humorous character, and I like being scary, said Stacy. Watched a tech video walkthrough by Jake Farmer. What kind of things do you guys do on the stage at Dark Hour?
It depends on the show, actually. We do a lot of different things on the stage. We will, in October, we have characters who, hang on a second. In October, we have characters who do kind of a skit and tell the story of the show. There are so many chords here right now. That was the one for the heat gun.
I believe it can also be thinned with white fuel, like used in camp stoves.
Yes, because that is naphtha. That is like straight up naphtha. Okay. We're going to add some pink inside of the ears with the ear. Okay.
How old were you when you worked on your first haunt?
10. I was 10 years old. And I loved it. Grab another airbrush bottle.
Thank you, big dog. Good night.
Good night, big dog.
Be ready for a night on the town.
He is going to be a pimp-looking werewolf. That is faux shizzle. There we go. Now we're ready. We're ready to do some painting. With a Chinese menu in his hand, doing the werewolves of London. pink inside the ears. That's done. Just a hint of pink.
It says, I'm in Algeria, and I really like you, sir.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Gregory Haynes, hi guys, just joined you, and it looks like Werewolf Sunday has been productive. I like masks with no jaws. Gregory, we got your email. We will get you an answer. Haven't had a chance to stop work, read it, and do email, but we got you.
Yeah, yesterday I actually did not use the computer at all. And today I'm on that same trend right now. Gloves, new gloves.
Rodney Pope, this is like Christmas Eve as a kid for me. My Stiltbeast package will be here tomorrow.
Hooray! You're getting inbreds.
Oh, God. Rodney, I was happy to box those up and send them away.
Yeehaw, diggity.
You were talking about the ears facing the other way. Was that for a more sinister look?
Sometimes, if you want it to be bigger, then I go ears up. This is a little more howling, and I like this for howling style wolves.
He's beautiful.
Thank you. All right. So this is chunkier than normal blood. And that's what I want out of it. I want this blood to be chunkier. I've got the red stuff, and that's going to be the runny, drippy blood.
And
This is kind of going to be chunks and stuff.
Can this sculpt also be used as a hybrid bat?
The snout's a little too long, but I have bat masks that I have worked on because I love bat creature costumes. So, see this here? That is silicone caulk. I'm going to put a little bit more silicone caulk in there now. I thinned it out a hair too much.
Kids,
Bloop.
this is Blood Science Class 101. Listen to Alan now.
It is. I mean, blood's important. You know, how you do blood, it changes things. All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
We're having some blood moments. Our teeth are dry. Check. I have put some of that blood I just mixed up in my hand. I'm mixing it with silicone in my hand, fresh. Because I don't necessarily want that to thin that much. I want it to have chunks. Don't be afraid of it. And this is going to look a little purpley because this is like the heart blood. This is the stuff that's from deep down inside. And that's going to be all up in here. And then we're going to put on some other blood that is the red, bright blood that we're used to seeing. But this is going to be snarly and nasty and
Did anybody else's heart stop when he did
just
that?
on this, you know?
That's just, I couldn't even watch it. Oh no, don't do it.
Those are those Bob Ross moments where
Yes,
like,
don't do
it's
it.
great. Why are you putting a freaking tree in the middle of it for?
You know.
But you have to. You have to just go. You know, don't be scared of it. You did this on purpose.
My daughter just yelled from the other room, what did he eat? It's in this moment of, don't do it!
He is going. All right, so now we're changing it a bit.
Everybody wants you to do it.
Now we
Trust
go
your
in
vision.
with this blood, which is much brighter red. And he's kind of a sloppy eater, so he got it like up here, you know. Werewolves kind of get their muzzle in there. It's all over his teeth because it would be up in here. Oh, that's beautiful. This werewolf makes me happy. You said you wanted it gory.
That is wicked good. That's awesome. Wouldn't want that dude chasing me.
Yeah, 'cause he's done some stuff. You know what I mean? A pristine, clean werewolf. Okay, that's a werewolf. You know, be careful. They're dangerous. But one that's already covered in goo. Oh boy, he's been there. You got a T-shirt and everything. But maybe he ate so much he's full. You know, you got a little bit up, you know, by his eye. You know, real good eaters, they get crap up here too. You know.
See, Alan knows my vision. Had to take a break. Came
do
back
it.
to an awesome werewolf. He's been out on the moors.
He is. He found some stupid American hikers and took care of them. But yeah, I mean, that's a bloody arse werewolf.
If I sell things online, how do I figure out the shipping part of it? Do I find out what it's going to cost depending on weight and where it's shipped to, and how do I let people know how much it will be?
Google shipping calculator. You have to find out what you sell, how big of a box it has to be in, and how much it's going to weigh. And then once you know those things, you can put it into a shipping calculator, and it will tell you.
Vampires are cool too. I love it. If he burps, I'm out. Stunning work. Wow, Psycho, you're a lucky man. That is a character to turn into. What a character to turn into. Alan, we talked about coating polystyrene with a polyurea coating.
Yeah.
I did a few tests for cost reasons.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Found that applying Flex Bond flexible tile grout with MF mini sandblaster gun and 2 coats of exterior latex paint was the winner.
Okay. If that works for you, awesome.
How much do your werewolves go for?
So this guy, being a custom werewolf like this, he's probably going to run $350. The standard version of this guy, which is a little pared down. How much are the moving jaw werewolves?
They're $200.
Or 200. So 200 is the standard, but I added hair onto this guy in a different fashion. I did 2 types of hair on him to make him look a little more blended, a little more natural. And obviously we added the gore mouth. He's a moving jaw werewolf. All of those things.
So how does this stuff dry? Stiff?
It'll be fairly stiff, yes.
Howling Movie's got nothing on this one. My housemate just walked by and went, wow, that's cool. Oh my goodness, I love that werewolf. Do you have a website?
I do have a website. It is stiltbeaststudios.com.
Looks like he's proud as punch to have ripped the hell out of someone.
Yeah. And see, the dark red blood is good, but you need that darker, like that purple under there first, because that's what gives you the separate values and the chunks. Ta-da! So, gang, this was my goal for the evening. We have reached our goal for the evening, much like a telethon. I have a second goal for the evening. That is pizza in my belly. So, I'm probably going to cut us off here a little bit. We had to use 2 types of blood. He's a messy eater. We did spray the hair back. I'll probably spray the hair again down the road. Yeah. So there you go. Wife, say
Yo.
goodnight.
Good night!
You guys, you're awesome. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching us make a kick butt werewolf, in my humble opinion.
And you're going to go make me a martini.
And now I'm going to go make my wife a martini, she says. And you guys are awesome. Go make stuff.